bro. You see they made a Sprite+Tea? No.
I did see that.
Yeah, Sprite+Tea. So it's like Sprite has tea in it, like in a
what
bottle.
kind of tea? Like, and alcohol?
That's a good question. No, it's Sprite. I don't know what kind of tea it is. I mean, is it in the nutrition facts on
Here,
there?
hold on.
Probably isn't real tea.
My gosh. After a absolutely insane discovery of Sprite and tea, we are of course ready to begin the sixth episode of the Display Shelf podcast. I am Garrett, opening the podcast today. I am joined by Isaac.
Riveting discussion of Sprite and tea. Hello, everyone.
And Jacob.
Hello, good evening. I am craving a Sprite+Tea now.
Indeed. That could either be really good or really bad. And you know what? If it's at the Walmart, I might try it. Genuinely. I might try it. Anyway, but of course, this is the Display Shelf podcast where we talk about all things that go on your display shelf, and we've got a lot of fun things that we're going to talk about today. But first, we will talk about what we've added to our shelves over the week. And I'm going to send it over to Isaac. Isaac, what have you added to your display shelf this week?
Okay, well, I've got a lot less than I did last episode. I'm starting to slim down. So I only have a couple things. But first things first, my mom is some sort of Pokemon card wizard.
What?
Because she found me some prismatic evolutions the other day,
What?
which I haven't seen since they've hit shelves. So I don't know what that's all about, but she found a couple of the 6-pack booster bundles and got me one. I didn't pull anything major, but like I haven't opened the set at all, so I'll take what I can get.
Where'd she find those?
The new, I guess it's not new, but relocated store downtown that used to be over.
Right. Yep. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Yeah, they had some stuff there, and she was over there because my family was downtown for some reason. I was at work, of course, but she texted me. She goes, "Hey, do you want any prismatic?" I'm like, absolutely, yes.
Okay.
What?
Thank you, Mom.
Yeah, she was talking to the lady there, and she was like, "Oh yeah, I'll have to send him down tomorrow or something." The lady just goes, "Yeah, they're not going to be here tomorrow."
Yeah.
So I don't know what her tricks are, but she got one of those and a pack of Journey Together, which I also didn't pull anything of, but that was wild.
Your mom is coming with us toy hunting.
That's what I'm saying, dude. Although I don't know if I want her to see how much money I spend. But yeah, so there's that. And I'm actually going to go ahead and do the cam on gimmick here to show you these next couple things. Yep, sure am. Maybe I should actually open up my webcam. That would be good.
There
Hello.
he is.
So first things first, right behind me here, I got the Sabine Wren Funko Pop from Ahsoka.
Yeah. I saw that one at our Target there.
That's exactly where I got it.
Nice.
But it's got the lightsaber on the side. It's obviously hard to see through there, but I figured I'd pick that up. I was riding the Mandalorian hype after the skin dropped. So I was like, all right, well, got to get that. And then you and I went out the other day, and I picked up some of those like Bandai Namco Godzilla figures.
Oh, yeah. How are they?
So one of them, the Mecha Godzilla,
Mm-hmm.
is pretty sick. I quite like it. It does feel a little bit cheap, which kind of sucks, but it's decent. I don't know if I'd buy it again, but it's decent.
Right.
The other one is the Godzilla -1 Godzilla, and it kind of highlights why I'm very selective of my action figures. Because when I collect action figures, I hate seeing like when joints are super obvious and apparent.
Oh,
Like I want it to be a sleek figure.
Yeah,
But if you look at my man's here, the leg joints are very apparent.
definitely.
Which kind of sucks. The worst one though, the worst offender is the tail. The tail
was
is
just
god
looking at the
awful.
tail, yeah.
And so I'm not thrilled with that, especially because I love -1 and I was really hoping it'd be a good figure.
Yeah.
And it's just kind of not.
It almost looks like it's not even intentional. Like it's like broken or something.
It's like
Right.
gappy, yeah.
Yeah. And that's like kind of why I don't get too big into the action figure market. And when I do, it's got to be like a good figure that I really like. But yeah, that's going to do it for me. It's not much too crazy because I'm going to have a pretty gnarly haul for our next episode. I'll just say that.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah. Cool. Jacob, what have you added to your display shelf this week?
I hopefully I have a better haul next week. New sets coming out for Pokemon next week.
It
Um,
is.
I hope I can grab some of that, or even grab the past three. I haven't got any of the past three sets, so if I can find any of those, hey, that's a win for me. But in terms of adding to my collection, I haven't added really anything physically too much. I will say that I have been kind of like keeping more of an eye, just trying to find new things to start trying to collect a little bit. I'm regularly over at like, at the Walmart or something like that, kind of seeing the Star Wars figures because I've kind of gotten more into that lately. See if there's any that really pique my interest or anything that would be worth setting up on my desk because my desk has a lot of open space to it right now. I got a couple like Pokemon erasers, a couple figures too that I got in the past. But it'd be nice to have a more expansive little like thing to look at while I'm working at my desk. So I didn't add too much. I kind of spent a lot of I really have gotten back into kind of like Pokemon Go stuff though, I will say. So
nice.
I've been trying to like playing that like almost every day, and I guess that's kind of collecting shinies, I guess you could say. That's what I've been doing a lot of, which isn't like a physical thing, but it's kind of been like I just something about it. Like the weather gets warm, and I have this like, you know what? I feel like going outside and doing it, and it's I don't know. I just like the time flies by while I'm doing it. It just feels good. I don't know why. I just like doing that lately, and it doesn't cost that much money to do that. So, but yeah, I do want to find some more stuff. I think I've found cards every time I've been to the store lately, but there's never anything like that really speaks to me that I want to get badly.
Yeah,
But
like last time I was at Walmart the other day, they had the Mabostiff collector's box that used to pop up a lot. Which, whatever.
I do have that.
Kind of it.
Yeah, I do have that, and I'm kind of like, I don't know if I want to get the same one twice. I guess like,
Right.
but like for me, it's like if I have the promo card, I think I'm done with that one. I'm gonna buy a different box if possible. But I guess like, you've seen like I've seen like the people that like buy a ton of the same box and just ditch the promos, but I prefer kind of to do it. that way, just by getting one of each kind of thing. And this isn't really collecting related, but I just wanted to say that I am this past week I am hopelessly. Have you guys ever heard of Path of Exile?
Yep. Haven't played it, but yeah.
Okay, the second one. I started playing it and I'm hopelessly addicted now to it. I think that's what I've been playing like the past week.
I saw you playing it the other day. I was like, huh.
Yeah, same.
Interesting.
I'm addicted. I mean, I don't know what it is. I didn't really like those kind of dungeon crawler like looter games, but I'm kind of in it. I don't know why. I just kind of get. Although I did die in my last playthrough or my last time I was playing, and I kind of got like, okay, I'm kind of done for now because it's like when you die, it's like, oh man. I mean, you don't get penalized much, but like it just when I die, everything respawns, and I'm like a completionist. I need to destroy every monster, so when they respawn, I get annoyed. So
Fair.
it kind of does that, but yeah, and I know it's not really collecting related, but that's kind of what I've been doing lately, or collecting or keeping an eye on.
Yeah. Let me. I'm doing my gimmick.
He's hitting the gimmick.
Camera's
There he
on.
is.
All right. So, couple of things that I've added. Isaac mentioned that we went hunting there a little bit ago. I picked up the Marvel Legends comic book series Banshee. It's solid. It's the Vulcan body with the little tab things sculpted in that I'm probably going to cut back. Pretty nice. All around.
Nice.
From our local toy store, finally picked this guy up. This was the retro carded comic book style Loki.
Oh,
Your powers are mine.
Yeah. It's on the old Bucky Cat body. It's pretty nice. I'd like an updated version of it, but it's solid. It's good for the shelf.
Good figure.
My favorite figure that I've picked up this week is actually from Amazon for a pretty decent price. Speaking of Bucky Cap, it is Bucky Barnes Captain America.
Ooh,
From Marvel
I like
Legends. It's on a redone version of the Vulcan body where the torso is different. But it's really nice to mess around with. It's a really solid figure. This is the one that I've been tinkering with all week. And the newest arrival is finally picked it up. We talked about it last time. The ultimate WWE Great Muta.
You found it.
There you go.
It on Amazon, so it's kind of.
There you go.
If I can get the little hood off, the face paint looks really cool. It's got an alternate head, if I can find it here, with the. Got to put it on the thing. This is great audio. It's got the mist, the poison mist. It's really cool. I'm excited to. Yeah, I'm excited to display that one. That one's gonna be cool. Anything? Yeah, a lot of Fortnite this week.
Indeed. Yeah.
Hey,
Well, it's not feeling good on that.
Lot of Fortnite this week. I'm glad that I grabbed by accident the 5,000 card or the 5,000 V-Buck card instead of the cheapy one, because I burned through that with the clone bundle and the Mandalorian, the customizable.
You did get the Mandalorian? Good.
I did, yeah. There were a lot more customizing options than I thought there were going to be.
Yeah, that's the best skin in the entire game, and I'll just come out and say it now.
Yeah. I wish that there were like a couple more paint job options, but you know. And last but not least, because I kind of forgot about it, mostly because I still haven't opened it, I did find Marvel Legends Quasar as well. So
nice.
He's gonna go on the shelf with the rest of the Infinity Gauntlet crew. With I've got Adam Warlock sitting back here and Silver Surfers in the closet. So yeah,
love it.
That's all for me this week. So yeah, In terms of television, in terms of what I'm watching, first of all, I just finished year 4 of Injustice, the comic book. It is fun to the point that I have year 5 on its way. It should be here tomorrow.
Heck yeah.
It is fun. It is crazy. It is very bombastic, I think is a good word for it. I'm excited to see how that story ends. I've been watching a lot of Bar Rescue this week.
Nice.
Oh, you know what's insane? I
What's
really
that?
was going to say, I was going to say after you were done, I was going to say I wanted to add, I've been watching Bar Rescue. No joke.
No, really? That's awesome.
Yeah, 100%. I've been watching Bar Rescue like all week.
Are you?
For John Tapper, he's amazing.
Yeah, no, it's such a good show because it's like okay. I don't drink, right? But I feel like I'm not going to say I feel like I could own a bar, but like I feel like there are some basic things about owning a bar that you kind of know. Like maybe you shouldn't drink your own liquor, maybe you shouldn't, drink on the job, all of this stuff, and then it's like, oh, not everybody knows that. and it's just, I don't know, it's a fun show. And it's one of those television shows, and I was actually going to ask you guys about this when we talk about TV shows later. It's one of those shows that it's like you watch it and about every episode's the same, just with different stuff / people. And I love that format of television. Are you watching that on Paramount Plus or just on TV?
Well, I actually have seen it on Paramount Plus, but also on TV sometimes when it's on. But Paramount Plus, I could binge it for sure.
Yeah. That's how I
that show. That show. It makes you realize how often there are fruit flies in drinks. Why is there so many fruit flies? Like that. That's my my main takeaway is how many fruit flies there are.
It's insane. Some of the stuff that goes down on like that show and Kitchen Nightmares is just like,
yes,
it's wild.
I can't. I think you can't beat the one with the episode with the guy who brings a horse into his bar and rides it. Like
yes, that is
what's
insane.
That's the wildest thing I've ever seen.
And it's like you can't, and it's insane. No, I just
so
finished
wild.
watching the one where the whole reason it's like this bustling Massachusetts corporate hub, right? And they open this bar that's pirate themed. And everybody that works there is like a pirate impersonator.
I've seen this one.
Yeah, where they like
yes.
paid to be pirates and show up at parties, but now they all work at this bar.
Yeah.
And it's that episode is like it's a pretty good episode in terms of like how he turns that bar around, but like it's funny to me because at the end the owner's like, still think it should be a pirate bar. And it's funny.
I do like the part where he says the fresh fish of the day, the fresh catch, and then he takes out of a plastic wrapping and puts it.
God.
It's like
and that's
old fish.
Yeah, it's crazy. Kitchen Nightmares is another one that I watch the highlights of all the time. Their YouTube channel is wild though, the Kitchen Nightmares one.
I saw that thumbnail you sent me.
it's always the thumbnails. They're just absolutely insane. Go to the Kitchen Nightmares YouTube if you don't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, you'll get a good laugh and entertainment. So I definitely recommend it.
Definitely. That's pretty much it for me. What was the one? It is. I am watching one of the ones that I was going to talk about later. So we'll talk about it later. So yeah.
There you go.
Stay tuned.
Yeah, cliffhanger. Listener retention. Yep.
What has Garrett been watching?
That.
Find out next time on Dragon Ball Z.
Next summer.
Anyway, so Jacob, Bar Rescue, and what else have you been kind of watching / reading here?
Believe it or not, Bar Rescue is the main one. It's kind of funny that you mentioned that. That is so funny you mentioned because that's what I've been watching a lot of. So funny enough, it's been Bar Rescue, and you know what's crazy? Also Judge Judy. I don't know why.
I love Judge Judy. Okay,
It's
Judge
amazing.
Judy's great.
I don't know how I feel about. There's a new one. It's called Judy Justice, where it's her new one. I think it's good too, but I think I think she's like more ruthless on Judge Judy. Like but it's easier for me to access Judy Justice, so it's kind of like, okay, I'll take it, kind of thing.
That's fair. That's fair.
And it's all good. It's all good. And also Jeopardy, which I feel dumb every time I watch that show.
We love Jeopardy.
I do. I feel dumb though. I like the celebrity one because I can actually get those answers. Like when it's like when like actual people that are smart, I'm like, oh, I'm not very smart, am I?
To me, like I always think I might be able to go on Jeopardy, but I'd be the guy that always forgets to format the answer as a question.
Right.
Yes. Or like they're sticklers on there, so like even if you say the word the or instead of like they'll say, oh, you're wrong. So it's like I'd be like, oh, oops. So it's like you got to know the exact thing too.
Right.
And I'd for sure like bet on my money on like, oh, I know this one. I know this one. It's this and this. And say, oh no, we got to be more specific. It's like,
yeah.
Congrats,
Wheel of Fortune is another one. I don't think I could do Wheel of Fortune. I don't understand how the wheel comes into the game. Like, full disclosure.
Wait, what it does, you mean, or?
Yeah, like, I mean, if you pick, is it okay? My guesstimation, because I don't think I've ever sat down and like actually watched Wheel of Fortune again. I don't know. Is it like you spin the wheel, you get a dollar amount, and if it's like $300, then you guess a letter, and every time that letter appears on the thing, you get $400 or whatever?
Every time it appears in there, you get that much money. So like if it appears 3 times, you get $900.
Okay, cool. Maybe I do
Yeah.
know how Wheel of Fortune works.
So I was gonna say that I was wondering if you like how you felt about the change from Pat Sajak. Now it's what's Seacrest, Ryan Seacrest.
Ryan Seacrest is the host of everything at some point or another.
Indeed.
Yes, that's true.
That's just what he does.
Didn't he do Press Your Luck for a while?
I think so. He's doing Idol as well. He's also Idol. Like
That was how he
Idol
like
guy.
really made his name, though, wasn't it?
It really took off on Idol.
I'm going to
don't
Ryan
know what else.
Seacrest's IMDb.
Oh, and he was on that Kelly and Ryan show with the.
Oh yeah, I
No
forgot that
show.
existed.
And then you remember it was like Michael and Kelly or whatever, and then like
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know who it is now, but
What else?
maybe it's done. Maybe it's done. I'm not sure.
Wheel of Fortune. He's an executive producer of the Kardashians. Okay, cool.
Somehow I'm not surprised.
Yeah, that kind of doesn't surprise me. What else we got here? Preaching Alabama, executive producer. He does a lot more producing than he does hosting.
We've all seen that, haven't we?
A lot of New Year's Eve.
Oh yeah, New Year's Rockin' Eve.
Yeah.
New Year's Rockin' Eve. Yep. Which I can't watch because I get bored.
Yeah.
Same.
I don't know most of the musical acts, so I'm just like, all right.
You want to watch
about
people
it.
kissing for 30 minutes? You got your show.
Yep. Every now and then we stare at a clock.
And then Industry Plant number 3 plays their hit song.
Industry Plant.
Oh my gosh. Yep.
In this year's
Whoa.
version, we've got Doichi with Anxiety.
Don't even get me
Doichi.
started on that song.
Yep.
Whoa.
I knew that was going to pull something.
Anxiety.
Engagement
Quit.
farming, baby. Engagement farming.
Hashtag. Anyway.
Hashtag
Yeah.
awful song.
Here's that song you hear on every YouTube short.
Yeah.
Oh,
I have my Instagram set up to where it cannot feed me anything with that as the audio, by the way. It's
Based.
that bad.
Hey, I got to figure out how to do that. I'm gonna do that eventually.
You can like the triple dots, it'll be like not interested, don't show me anything with this audio or something like that.
Does that actually work? I wonder if does that actually work for you?
Yeah, surprisingly.
Huh.
I mean, if it's not
I
listed
feel like
as the audio, then it won't, and it's like, yeah. Anyway, but like working your algorithm like that does work.
Okay. So I was kind of wondering if it was like one of those things where it's like, okay, we won't show this to you again. The next video is the same song in it.
Right. I also have my algorithm set up to where anything political, any information political, it does not show me. But we'll get into that
Fair.
A different podcast. Yeah.
back to the topic at hand.
Yeah. Sorry.
So Jacob, you were watching Bar Rescue and a couple other like game show type
Bar
shows?
Rescue, Judge Judy, and Jeopardy was what kind of my main things lately.
Okay.
Love it. Isaac, what have you been watching this week?
So I'm happy to announce that after 2 full episodes of me talking about working on finishing Violet Evergarden, I have finished Violet Evergarden.
Way.
He's done it.
How is it?
Just the show, not the special or the movie or anything. I still have to get around to that. But the main show is done. It's fantastic. So such a good show. So I figure I should probably give y'all a breakdown at this point, given that it's my 3rd episode in a row talking about it, and the most I said was, yeah, it's kind of deep. So it follows this girl named Violet, hence the title. And she was essentially raised as like a weapon of war as a child, so she's a child soldier.
Whoa.
And so the war ends, and she's just kind of lost. Like the one person that she relied on and followed during the war, I'll say, disappeared. They
did.
And
Yeah.
But so now she doesn't really know what's going on in life, and she doesn't really have an understanding of how people and emotions work. So she's just kind of almost robotic, and she's in one episode described like a doll, which is funny because the job that she picks up after one of the friends of the person she knew, he runs like a letter writing and delivery service. So she takes a job as someone who writes letters for people, because this is during a time where not everyone is literate and can write and whatnot. So they come to, scribes for people to write letters for them. So the show kind of just follows her doing that and kind of learning to understand people and people's feelings, and then her own emotions and her whole life. And it's fantastic because some of the stuff that she covers with some people is like, some super heavy stuff. Like there's probably at least 3 or 4 episodes where I could feel tears coming to my eyes. So it's heavy. It's fantastic though. So I definitely recommend that. If you are an anime enjoyer that likes to get in their feelings a little bit. Other than that, I remembered that Tales of the Underworld exists. Star Wars Tales of the Underworld.
Yeah.
And so I watched that.
What'd you think on that one?
I liked it. It wasn't amazing. I liked the Ventress episodes better than the Bane episodes for sure.
I would agree. Yeah.
I didn't like the ending of the Ventress episodes though.
No, I did not either. It was as somebody that has read the Dark Disciple book,
Yeah, I was just
slash
gonna bring that
listen
up.
to the audiobook. Was there a stipulation on her coming back from the dead that she couldn't be with Quinlan Voss?
Essentially, yeah.
I was going to say, I had read that somewhere, and at the end I was kind of like, not sure how I feel about this ending because of that, but I didn't read that little bit until afterward, and I didn't catch that, so I was like, why is she just not going to the dude? Like,
Oh yeah.
this
Yeah,
entire,
no, when she
book
wakes up,
was-
yeah.
yeah.
So when timeline wise, because I'm just trying to think of that other show that she shows up in season 3 in.
Right.
Not gonna say which one because so timeline wise, when indeed. When does Dark Disciple take place?
Towards the end of the Clone Wars, like year.
Towards the end of the Clone Wars. Okay.
So,
so then Tales picks up like right after that. Where does? Because the other show takes place further than that. Because the Empire is already like forming and whatnot. Where is this this other dude in season 3 of that other show? If that's the case, if Tales falls in between, because they explicitly said at the end, "I'm sticking with you."
Right.
Yada yada yada.
Oh, that guy.
Yeah, that guy.
The other Jedi that she's wandering with. Yeah.
Yeah. That was something I was thinking of. I was like, where's this dude at?
Okay, so this is interesting.
That one show.
I gotta let the cat out here in a second, but Star Wars Timelines, don't know what that is, maybe it's a book, dates the events of the novel to begin in 20 BBY, putting the start of Dark Disciple before the events of To Catch a Jedi in season 5 of the Clone Wars, which I would argue is the best one.
Now, I haven't read Dark Disciple, so I'm not fully up to date, but that doesn't sound right.
My understanding, it's going to be another animal episode, isn't it? My understanding is that it takes place over multiple years.
Okay, gotcha.
Which would make sense due to some time jumps within the book. I've only listened to it once. I honestly thought about doing it again recently and just haven't. I'm actually listening to the Canon Thrawn book right now. It's pretty
nice.
Good. But yeah. Yep. I don't know. No, yeah, that doesn't make sense. If that starts there, then she would still have the... I don't know. I'd have to read the book again to be an expert, but,
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the Bane episodes were just kind of whatever. I have no strong feelings one way or the other.
Yeah, Cad Bane being a deadbeat dad is very interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not a direction I would have seen for my Star Wars, but we got a lot of that here kind of recently, so both good and bad. So cool.
Yeah, that pretty much wraps up for what I've been watching, though. I've been pulling some pretty harsh work weeks, so I haven't had a whole lot of time to watch a whole lot of stuff.
Same here. All right, so we've had a little bit of, I don't want to say drama, I want to say weirdness within the Marvel Legends community this week. I don't know if anybody else caught this, but I did want to talk about it since we're masquerading as a toy podcast.
Yeah, for real.
When we're, and that is the weird situations with the Maximum Hulk. All right. So, for the benefit of the two that are sitting here with me, I am sharing information about the Maximum Hulk. The idea behind Hasbro's maximum line of Marvel Legends is that they're like hyper articulated and, you know, all this other stuff, right? And they're supposed to be the definitive versions of the character. So the Spider-Man we got was, by all account, pretty decent for what it is, although maybe not for the price tag at $50. So now we're getting Hulk, and it's got a gummy chest for butterfly joints to hide them. Let's see if I can get a good picture of that. Yeah, there you go. So it like flexes and gets out of the way and all of this other stuff. You get a little bit of what Isaac doesn't like in the gapping there, though. Not to call you out. That was rude. I'm sorry. You know,
'Tis the truth.
it is. There's been some controversy surrounding this figure. I'm hoping that we're going to see some reviews. I'm interested to see what the internet thinks of it. I think that a lot of people are going to end up passing on this, though. Part of that comes down to the $60 price tag. Only, there have been multiple reports within the American Marvel Legends toy collecting community that this listing, shipped and sold by Amazon, has been fluctuating in price between $60 and $82.
Jeez.
Which is a lot of money for this Hulk figure. It'd be a lot of money for any toy, but this Hulk figure in particular, I think it's way too much. Is this a sign of things to come? Is this how expensive toys are going to get with the here in the future?
I really hope not, because like I know that's like a definitive thing, so it's gonna be pricier, but like an $80 price tag. Sorry, I'm out.
Even the $60 price tag, I'm out.
Even 60 is a lot, yeah. Like I would not pay that much for a figure. Unless, you know, it's like a super, I guess I shouldn't say super, but like a vintage figure that I really want, you know what I mean? Like something older.
Right.
But for a new product, absolutely not.
Or even an import.
Right.
Like some of these imports are really good and they're really high dollar. I don't know if there's a figure arts Hulk for reference. This looks to be a little bit older, so we're getting, I don't know. Here's Endgame Hulk in stock on Big Bag Toy Store. Oh, and that's another thing I was going to mention. Endgame Hulk SH Figure Arts 6-inch scale. Yeah, 6-inch scale. $72. We're also seeing that Hulk, that same Maximum Hulk, pop up on Big Bad Toy Store for $67. As a result, I would assume, of tariffs and whatnot. There have also been reports in certain markets of Marvel Legends figures moving to $30 at base price. I'm buying them up while I can.
Yeah, exactly.
So, you know, interesting. Not trying to be negative, but there's been a lot of weirdness around this, and I wanted you guys' thoughts. What do we think about the Hulk figure? Does it look good? Does it look bad? Is the price okay? Is an increased price worse or better or what? What do we think?
I think the figure itself is pretty good. I like you were saying, that like gummy chest thing. I think that's cool. It's a good little addition.
It's a good bit of engineering.
Yeah.
And so I mean, this will be the first Hulk that'll be able to do like a thunderclap.
Right.
And that's cool. That's cool to me. Jacob, what are your thoughts?
Well, I think it's good for the retail, or it's good for the manufacturer, bad for the consumer, the price, of course. But I think that is actually going to be the way it goes for a while. I do fear that they're going to go up in price. A lot of different ones that come out as well, and it's going to keep going up. It feels like even video games are doing that right now. Surprise me if it keeps going up.
Yep. I've kind of said that I'm not buying any new video games. I'm going to wait until like Steam summer sales.
We got one coming up soon, so
I know, I'm excited.
Until Battlefront 3 comes out.
Hey, that
Battlefront 3, Battlefront 3, Battlefront 3, feed the algorithm.
Dead. Serious. But if it's launched like Battlefront 2, I might hang off for a minute. But you know.
Fair.
My final thoughts on this Hulk. I don't like the head sculpts. That's about it. I'm moderately concerned with the gummy chest. If how it's a new thing to Marvel Legends, so I want to see how it holds up over the years. Is it gonna disintegrate in 4 years or whatever?
Right.
I hope not. I'm probably gonna pass. I've got a Hulk on my shelf now. And it's, you know, we're good. Well, yeah, so that's all I wanted to talk about there.
Well, there you go.
Just thought I would talk about it since there was some weirdness going on with that.
Yeah. Well, speaking of weirdness, we're going to do our...
What an excellent segue.
Thank you. We're going to be jumping into some wrestling talk. I know it's everyone's favorite thing that we do as a collecting podcast, talk about wrestling every single episode. So that's what we're going to do yet again.
We're going to talk about a bunch of nerdy stuff later on, though. I'm going to make sure.
Yeah, don't worry about that. Me too.
You're going to get a little bit of everything on this podcast, okay?
Exactly. That's what we do.
We're talking about TV shows later. It's going to be
yes,
be awesome.
We are. It's going to be great. Something that maybe not great. We had some news about some future premium live events in the WWE. So for context, it was announced back earlier this year. I can't remember exactly when it was.
Before Mania 41.
Before Mania 41, that WrestleMania 42 would be held in New Orleans. And, you know, The Rock came out and he did this whole, like, New Orleans segment in one of their, I think it was SmackDown in New Orleans. Had this full, like, entrance based around New Orleans. And he's like, hey, guys, how cool is this? You guys are getting WrestleMania next year. Who's excited about that? So a few days ago, as of the recording of this podcast, it was announced that WrestleMania 42 will no longer be held in New Orleans, and instead they get another event. They're getting Money in the Bank instead of WrestleMania. So, you know, good event, doesn't quite reach the caliber of WrestleMania. And the weirdest part about it is that it's in August, or it's on August 29th was the announced date. Which, by the way, is after their SummerSlam announcement.
Yeah.
And when that's all going to happen. That's strange, and I don't know how I feel about that.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, it's a significant downgrade for sure to get the Money in the Bank instead of WrestleMania. But is there a reason, like, maybe I didn't follow, but is there like a specific, like, could they not get the spacing for it to happen, or the stadium rights or something like that? Or
there's some speculated reasons as to why the actual move is happening, but nothing has been officially said. This is the reason why this is being pulled from here, and we don't even know officially where it's being
officially. Yeah, it was just kind of announced that one destination put in a significant bid to have it.
Right.
Rumor has it it's Vegas year 2, which I'm not overly thrilled about. So we'll see how it
Fine with
goes.
it. The one thing, and I do want to point this out. I just pulled up the CBS Sports article. It was WrestleNomics that first reported the whole thing, and they eventually come out with a statement that was saying that New Orleans will be getting UFC 318 on July 29th, Money in the Bank, and eventually WrestleMania. So not within the 2026 timeframe, but a future, maybe 43 or 44. Still weird. From all accounts of people that I've heard of that actually went to Mania, having it in Vegas was really nice because you were able to just walk down the strip from a hotel to. So maybe there's like a logistical thing about it that maybe, I don't know.
Could be. And then, of course,
Money.
we made some record profits at this year's WrestleMania.
We did a lot of different events, including the one Dead Man show and the roast of WrestleMania, which nobody can see. And
Yeah.
yeah. That. Yeah. No.
Now, what does that sound like?
I think it's a money thing. Somebody, the talk around the town, if you want to call it that, is that somebody put down a bid, like Isaac was saying there a minute ago. Somebody put down a really large bid and basically just outbid New Orleans for this year. And find it kind of funny that we're basically auctioning for WrestleMania. That's just kind of funny to me. So does that mean if I come up with $42 million that we can have WrestleMania in my backyard?
That would be awesome.
Let's do it.
I'm taking
Fundraiser starts now.
Yeah. Patreon.com. Actually, we don't have a Patreon.
Yes.
No, we don't.
Now, could we sell enough tickets for their backyard to make the money back, or
the fire marshal might have an issue with it, but yeah.
Oh yeah.
You slap WrestleMania on anything, and yeah.
We will be there no matter what.
On anything.
Here's the rule: if we're having it in my backyard, you get this amount of money, but I get to at least appear in the main event.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, yeah.
You can do a 5-minute walk down to Fiend to help out John Cena.
My gosh.
Less said about that, the better.
Speaking of John Cena and Travis Scott, you want to go into the Money in the Bank thing?
We'll get there eventually. I'd like to go into a bit of a higher, something a little better, more happy. Evolution got announced officially, and it's been speculated for a few months now that it was going to happen. But WWE Evolution is going to be happening on July 13th. I believe it's a Sunday. And that is an all-women's show. It's been held in the past before, but now we're getting it again. And as a proprietor of the women's division in WWE, I'm stoked.
Yeah.
I'm very
excited about that. I remember the quality of the first one being very high. So, trying to remember the match card off the top of my head. I was looking it up here. But it was.
What was it?
Let me look it up here. Let's see.
I know there's a battle royale. I know that.
In a dark match. Oh wait, no, wait. Has anybody seen the card yet?
For the last one, no.
For Evolution.
Yeah, for Evolution.
Then we're gonna play a game, mini game here. What is the match card for I don't know how we're gonna do this, but we're gonna give it a shot. What is the match card for Evolution 2018? Who was in the dark match? This was a singles match for the NXT UK Women's Championship.
NXT UK, who was that? That wasn't Alba Fire, whoever, whatever she was going by.
No, it was not.
No, I didn't think so. It was just the only UK person from NXT that I could remember.
That's fair. They were in NXT at that point. In
Right.
2018. I will say they were pretty prominent parts of the main roster this year. Anybody?
I feel like I should know that, but I don't. I can't.
Prominent part of the main roster this year.
Yep.
So Liv Morgan.
No. NXT UK.
Nah.
Oh, NXT UK. Oh, I see.
Liv Morgan was on this card.
She was, yeah. I remember. I know that. I know Io was on the card, but I don't think it was this match.
No, it was not. She was in the Mae
Yeah.
Young Classic,
That's right. Yeah.
the tournament final for that. Very interesting who beat her. This is cool to look back at, actually.
Yeah.
Dies.
Yeah. I don't know for UK one.
All right, I'm just going to read off the match card. This was a dark match for the NXT UK Women's Championship. Was champion Rhea Ripley defeating Dakota Kai.
Oh, okay.
Huh. Yeah, I was not gonna
isn't
get
that
there.
weird? The opening match for the pay-per-view was a tag match of Trish Stratus and Lita defeating Mickie James and Alicia Fox, with Alexa Bliss in their corner.
Yes.
The 20-woman battle royal featuring the names the Iconics, Molly Holly, Kelly Kelly, Tori Wilson, Asuka, Carmella, Naomi, among others, was won by Nia Jax.
Lovely.
Because 2018.
True.
Yeah.
Get cashed
Io
in on
Shirai at that point was defeated in the Mae Young Classic final by who? A current world title holder.
It's Tony Storm, wasn't it?
It's Tony Storm. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that had to have been a good match. I'm going to have to go back and watch this.
Yeah, right? That sounds great.
Yeah. Sasha Banks, Bayley, and Natalya defeated the Riot Squad, which was Ruby Riott, Liv Morgan, and Sarah Logan. Shayna Baszler defeated Kairi Sane via technical submission for the NXT Women's Championship. That had to have been a good match at that point. Becky Lynch defeated Charlotte in a last woman standing match for the SmackDown belt. And Ronda Rousey beat Nikki Bella for the Raw belt. There you go.
That's a great card.
That is. I might watch that later this week.
Yeah, same.
And we will, I'm sure, talk about that next time.
Indeed.
Indeed.
Yeah, I mean, match card wise, as of right now, Stephanie is still NXT champ.
Oh, yeah. When is this? July?
July 13. I believe there's actually a Saturday night's main event right before that.
This is the
It's like
one from
the
Atlanta,
Saturday before.
right?
Yes, I want to say.
So just to kind of speculate on that for a second, I think we're getting a Goldberg retirement match there.
Yeah, I could see it.
I dig that they're doing that with Saturday night's main event.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
I mean, like it's his hometown, so yeah. But yeah, cool stuff.
Yeah.
Evolution
Speaking of
2
Saturday,
has has the potential to slap.
Yeah, I mean,
And you look at your NXT women's division, you look at your current women's division. If I'm going to say it, everybody get your bingo cards out. If Triple H booked the main roster women's division just a little bit better, I think we'd be doing all right.
yeah.
Yep.
Oh, is that where we get the cash in? Maybe.
It depends on who wins.
Depends on who wins, and we'll discuss that in a second.
Oh, yeah.
But as I was gonna say, Saturday night's main event, speaking of that, that was this past weekend. I don't know if either of you tuned into it. I ended up watching it
Oh, I didn't
afterwards.
I watched it while grilling burgers, so I was like watching it, but not really watching it. You know how it goes.
I'd say it's a
busy weekend. It was a solid sounding show. I tuned out before the main event.
Fine. Definitely one of the more canon Saturday night's main events. At least more canon than the past one in, what was that, January, February, something like that.
What happened at that show?
The only one I can remember is Strowman versus Fatu, and that's it. Oh, and Rhea Ripley versus Nia Jax.
Didn't Jay Gunther happen on that?
It did. Yeah, you're right.
Oh, man. Oh, boy.
Yeah. We got some decent stuff here on the newest Saturday night's main event. We have our third member of the Rollins crew.
The third man.
The third man has arrived. I have personal anguishes with the guy, but from a storytelling perspective, I think it's pretty good.
You don't like Bronson Reed?
I don't like Bronson Reed. Never have. Even back when he had his run, I remember telling you guys last year. I was like, yeah, I don't like Bronson Reed. Again, it's my thing. I won't get too far into it.
It's a personal thing. Yeah.
Yeah. Big man wrestling doesn't excite me.
What? Dude.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to tell you a story. Big man wrestling is the entire reason I got into wrestling. Because, I mean, okay, so are we all aware of Sean Spears from NXT?
Yeah, actually.
Yep.
He used to be under the ring name Ty Dillinger. And he came to a house show here in the next town over, which happened to be my first ever wrestling event. And he comes out, he cuts this big impassioned promo talking about how he's a babyface and he's going to win this match tonight and he's going to go on to do something and take a title. And then, sharing screen, this guy's music hits. The entire arena just goes, oh! And Samoa Joe walks down to the ring and kills him. And from that moment on, I was hooked with wrestling. So, I understand. But
you respectfully disagree.
Big dudes beating the crap out of guys. I'm a big dude. It's awesome. Anyway,
fair enough.
There's my story. There's my story. Oh, and Big E was on the show too, and he was just very entertaining. So
well, that's Big E. So
it's Big E, and yeah, exactly. But
yeah, no Big E.
See, because like
nice.
I was excited when I heard it was Bronson. Him being the third man just instantly put the thought in my head, maybe we can put off this Braun Breaker world title run and let Bronson Reed and Braun Breaker just destroy fools in the tag division for a bit.
Could be entertaining, yeah.
More entertaining than what's going on the Raw tag division right now.
No kidding. They're probably
We're
having
all
a title
thinking
match
it.
as we speak.
I was gonna say
We're all
we're
thinking-
recording on Monday. They're probably doing something tonight. Something that I
Oh, they have a triple
match?
threat tag team match.
is it New Day, Viking Raiders, and Judgment Day?
The American Made.
Okay, well, take your pick at that point.
Right. So we'll see who's still holding the titles.
We'll
later,
somehow have a screwy finish, and the New Day will continue. I'm calling this as the show's going on, by the way, so we can check this by the end of the night. We're gonna have some kind of screwy finish, not a DQ because it's a triple threat, so you can't. Some kind of screwy finish. The New Day keeps the belts. Who do we think interferes? Is it Gable?
El Grande Americano.
I
hope so.
I want to talk about that too when we
Ooh.
move forward here.
Yeah. Because I'll tell you what, Gable has a triple threat Money in the Bank qualifier.
Oh, does
with
he?
Penta and Dragon Lee. So obviously it couldn't be Chad
wild.
Gable, so El
Okay.
Grande Americano will have to come out because obviously two separate people.
Obviously. Man. Okay. All right. Yeah, but I would say that the New Day walks out with the titles due to a screwy finish.
Yeah.
Good old-fashioned screw job.
Indeed. Anyway.
Back to main event, Saturday night's main event. Nothing really else until the main event really happened. I will say the cage match with McIntyre and Priest, I could hardly enjoy it because Jesse Ventura wouldn't shut his mouth up.
Oh my gosh.
And it was
okay.
so obnoxious.
Like I said,
I get he's trying to be the heel commentator, but my God.
You're killing the credibility of the babyface that's trying to be built from the match. When you talk, okay, first of all, I completely agree with what he's saying about the open the door and walk out rule. I don't think that should be in a cage match.
I've never wanted that.
Whatever. You are a commentator. You are there to put over what you're seeing. The dude's like burying Damian Priest because of how he won the match.
Yeah.
And it's like, dude.
Just like stop talking for 2 seconds.
Just chill.
McIntyre's got some competition.
I can't believe he walked out the door. That's some BS. I can't believe he could just walk out the door. As Priest is doing his one last look back at a destroyed McIntyre, like he just got out of a war. I can't believe he just walked out of the door.
It's like,
shut up. Oh my
put
God.
over the fact that this is the end of the feud. Now the feud should have ended at WrestleMania, but it didn't. So put over the fact that this is a big feud. That's done. I don't know. I continue to have problems with Jesse Ventura on commentary now. I think he just like he's all right, but I don't know. I don't know if there's like a knowledge of the product that he's lacking or what.
Yeah, it wouldn't.
Because at one point, I think he also was trying to talk to Pat and completely forgot his name, which I thought was really funny. Yeah, and he's
hey man,
and like this guy, and then Cole chimes in. Pat McAfee was saying, "I'm opening a Pepsi while we're sitting here talking."
Okay, Punk.
Let's open a Pepsi while I was saying then.
Indeed, we love the Diet Pepsi. Or at least I do.
Pepsi episode.
I have a caffeine addiction. Anyway.
So then we get to the main event of Saturday night's main event. Well, actually, before that,
what was the main
Cena and so that was main event was Uso Logan Paul.
That's right. I missed this match. Full disclosure.
before I get there,
Yeah.
Cena and Truth had their little gimmick match, whatever. I was entertained. I liked it. But obviously, Truth wasn't going to do a whole lot of damage to Cena. I liked that he came out in the like full Cena gear and stuff. You know, Ron Cena was peak.
Yes.
And I love that he pulled the moves out.
The 5 moves of doom. Yeah.
The 5 moves of doom.
Awesome.
Yeah, that was great. And then you had Cena that was like, yo, maybe I am doing the wrong thing here. Maybe I should turn. Nah. Get trolled, idiot.
Right.
And beat him.
There was another match too, wasn't there? The Chelsea Green Zelina happened. Yeah.
It happened, kind of. For about 5 minutes.
It was an okay match until the 619 botch.
Which broke Chelsea Green's nose.
Seriously?
Ouch.
Yeah.
Oh, we're getting face mask Chelsea. Like, okay, that sounds terrible. And I'm not wishing for wrestlers to get injured. But if there is one wrestler in the company right now that could take a breaking of the nose and add it as something to their character, it's Chelsea Green.
Absolutely.
Am I articulating that correctly? I don't want her to get injured, but if it happened, and
in the case of injury, she'd do great.
But they'll make it work, kind of thing. I see what you're saying.
Because she's going to show up with the face mask, and she's going to be like, "Oh, you can't hit me in the face," and the trios matches and all of this. I don't know. She is one of my favorite parts of WWE at the moment. I am excited when we go to SmackDown, which we are doing. We kind of have to sit down and talk to you, audience members here, toward the end of this podcast about some logistics things. But we're going to SmackDown, one of them.
Yeah.
And Chelsea Green is the one wrestler I hope to see.
Heck yeah.
Even over John Cena.
Even over John Cena, yeah, who is confirmed for our show.
The whole reason
was kind of tickets. Yeah, basically the entire reason we decided, you know what, we should go.
Yeah,
it's the last chance to see John Cena.
Yep.
But
that was the only reason. That was the only reason I went to that house show back in the day, was because it was John Cena in the main event. They advertised.
And look where you are now.
So, I got to see it, right? Full circle.
John Cena.
This is a record breaking.
Cena heel turn.
Heel turn.
So we're a couple months in. What are we thinking about the Cena heel turn at this point?
I got a bad taste.
I might be out. Sucks. Yeah.
It's bad.
I think it was a great idea in concept to get him to turn heel.
The heel turn is the best I've ever seen.
Yeah, absolutely. It's too bad his partner in crime hasn't shown up since. It's kind of the whole reason he turned heel.
If you're going to turn him heel to side with The Rock, you have to put The Rock on the show. That's what I want Jesse Ventura to go off about.
Yeah, there you go, Jesse. There's some material.
I can't believe Rock wasn't there. Can't believe.
I want to know Jesse Ventura's thoughts on The Rock not appearing with John Cena. They got to make good on that by the end of this, right?
Surely.
Well,
I mean, they don't have
to. How do you not? You know, like, how do you not? I think you have to. I mean, the reason it has such a bad taste in my mouth is because it ruined a great possibility of a great show. It ruined it. Like they ruined, man. It made me feel. Yeah, maybe me 42. It ruined a great possibility for a great show possibility.
Yep.
And they were like, oh, you know what? We'll make John Cena heel, and ruin your show. But okay,
I'm fine with a heel John Cena. I think, like I say, I think that was the best heel turn ever. But you got to make it kind of make sense. And this whole abusive relationship thing, I don't think necessarily worked. I think it worked for the first 2 promos. specifically the one in Brussels, but that was mostly because of that kid.
Because of the kid. Yep.
Yeah, it was all the kid. The kid did the selling there.
Was he a plant?
Nah, you can't plant that.
The industry plant.
He hurt that kid. Like, obviously not physical, but he emotionally hurt that kid. Yeah. Yep. Bad John Cena.
Not great, Bob.
Not great. And
I'm not happy, Bob.
Not happy, Bob.
Happy.
Not happy.
I am not happy with the John Cena.
Yeah, because I still think that I think a couple episodes ago, maybe it was one of our WrestleMania episodes. I don't remember if it was the pre or post, where I said that they should have ran the storyline if they were going to go the heel turn of him, going heel against the audience, and he still doesn't end up winning 17 like that. And so he's like, well, if I go back to when, I appreciated the fans and hustle, loyalty, respect, all that stuff, then he wins 17 and like SummerSlam or something like that.
Right.
And he wins it as a face like he probably should have.
Yep.
But yeah.
It's sure is interesting.
Yeah.
And I tell you another thing I didn't like. Actually, I didn't watch the main event, but I'm not sure how I feel about the post-match of the main event that you were getting ready to talk about.
Yeah. So the main event of Saturday night's main event, say that 5 times fast. Logan Paul versus Jey Uso for the World Heavyweight Championship. For match quality, it was fine.
That's good. That's better than I thought it was gonna be.
Yeah, I mean it's a Saturday night's main event match, so it's not gonna have the length or depth that it could. But
Right.
That was fine. Near the end of the match, you have John Cena come down because him and Uso had a chat backstage about, what it meant to be a champion and blah, 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 blah. How you can't handle the pressure and yada, yada, yada. And so Cena comes out to try to cost Jey. And, oh no, you know what? The chat was about how crazy would it be? How much would it, ruin wrestling for everyone if, he walked away with the title, and then the other title was being held by a YouTuber. So that was the whole lead into that. So Cena comes out to help Logan and try to beat Jey Uso. Right before that happens, though, out comes Cody Rhodes making his return to the WWE, first appearance since WrestleMania. And, he attacks John Cena and yada, yada, yada. That whole thing goes down, standard brawl. And then Jey pins Logan and the match ends, and Cody grabs a mic and he's like, yo, enough of your ruining wrestling garbage. You and the YouTuber versus me and my boy Uso here at Money in the Bank. So we have a tag match at Money in the Bank. Yeah.
Are they saving the Punk match?
They have to be, yeah.
All right. I mean, Money in the Bank, the ladder match is the main event. That's what sells it, so. Yeah, I kind of don't have anything else I got to say about that. Other than I'm not sure how I feel about Cody coming back this early.
Yeah, same.
It kind of felt like he had a 2-week vacation, pretty much, and then just okay. If he would have been gone for longer, and then he just showed up at a big event, I think that would actually be more meaningful.
Right. If, let's say, John Cena versus CM Punk at SummerSlam, which I read somewhere might be a plan, but I don't know. And then Cody comes out at the end of that, but I don't know. It's weird. This John Cena run is just not shaping up the way that I thought it would. I thought
No,
it would
not
be
at all.
like title defense all over the place. But it's fine, but it's not. You know. That tag match has the potential to be a stinker.
It does, yeah.
For sure.
You got one person in there that can have like a really good match on recent evidence. You've got two that can have like a pretty mediocre match, and then you've got John Cena.
Mm-hmm.
I said what I said.
You can't wrestle.
I mean, I'm not going to go that far because I mean,
No, definitely not.
The R-Truth John Cena match, though, was the best match of his run thus far. And it was not because of the wrestling.
Right.
It was sheerly comedy value.
Yeah.
Indeed. But that's on Money in the Bank, right?
Yep, that's at Money in the Bank.
What else is at Money in the Bank?
So just recently announced we have Becky Lynch versus Lyra Valkyria 2.
Oh, that'll be good.
Yeah, the first one was good at Backlash, so I'm anticipating the second one to be good, with a probably more violent Becky, more violent Lyra.
Are we getting a third at Hell in a Cell, or not Hell in a Cell? See where my mind was going with that match?
Mm-hmm.
Are we getting a third at SummerSlam?
We just might. I think it has to be a trilogy.
It's gotta be.
Or either that, or they're gonna insert. Oh, you know what's gonna happen?
What's gonna happen?
Money in the Bank. Bailey comes out to cost Becky, and then at SummerSlam or wherever you want, it's a triple threat for the IC.
So who?
That's what's gonna happen.
Yep, that's exactly what's gonna happen.
You heard it here first, folks.
Sorry for
credit me when it happens.
While you were pitching there, but the sheer amount of triple threats has killed any and all interest for me in triple threats.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm not just talking about the ones at Mania, even though
good as they were.
Yes, the women's one was excellent, and the men's one was good. The angle was better. But it's like every week on Raw, these qualifiers are triple threats.
Mm-hmm.
So I really hope that's not a triple threat for the IC belt. I think you're right, but I really hope that it's not.
Right. Yeah, I like your idea a lot more.
Yeah.
And I think it should be. You know, you have this mentor-mentee rivalry where the mentee is now the one holding the championship.
Right.
It needs to just be that direct rivalry.
Well, I think Becky wins the belt at Money in the Bank, and then we get the third match.
Yeah.
But, yeah. But yes, I do think that Bailey makes a comeback.
Yeah, in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
But yeah, I know we're kind of talking about Money in the Bank, but there was another event that happened over the weekend, and I'll just kind of briefly touch on it because it was NXT Battlegrounds. I know none of us really follow NXT that heavily, so I won't go too in depth with it. Quick highlights: Sol Ruka is awesome. You guys should go watch that Sol Ruka versus Kalani Jordan match. That was awesome.
No.
And then let's see what else happened. Oh yeah, Vaquer versus Jordan Grace happened. I don't even think I need to say how that one went because Vaquer versus Jordan Grace.
Yep.
That ruled.
Yeah. Who won that match?
Yeah. Vaquer. So she's still champ.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't see that coming.
Yeah, go watch it.
All right. Noted.
And these next two I haven't actually watched yet because it was like 3 a.m.
Yeah.
last night, and I was like, I could watch a bit of Battlegrounds because I fell asleep after work and slept for several hours, so I was up late at night. And yeah, so I didn't watch the last two, but you had Obafemi versus Miles Bourne. Obafemi, of course, retained because nobody's taking that championship from him ever except for the implosion of the universe.
Yep.
But then the main event was Joe Hendry versus Trick Williams for the TNA belt. And, most of the time you'd assume, oh yeah, no, it's the other brand's belt, they're going to retain and, whatever.
Right.
Trick Willie won the TNA belt. So now Trick Williams from NXT is the TNA world champion, which is interesting to say the least.
Role for him. Like, I've kind of had the feeling from what I've seen of Trick, he would be a good fit in TNA.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. And I also think Joe Hendry's going to the Fed.
Yep.
Yeah. WWE.
Yeah.
Fed.
I was the Fed. Brother, this is not the 2000s anymore. But yeah, I think that's what I was going to say is that Hendry disappears for a hot minute and suddenly he shows up at some event, whatever, as an officially signed WWE superstar.
Royal Rumble, I think.
It could be, it's the most logical, but that's also like 8 months away, so it'd be a long time for him to just disappear with all the...
When does his contract go?
I have no idea.
All right. Hold on.
Jamie!
Jamie, hello.
Set to expire in 2025.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Hang on. I'm filling the air.
Hold up.
Say his name and he appears. I believe in Joe Hendry.
Yeah, so he's got till the end of the year with TNA. By all reports.
Gotcha.
So yeah. Cool.
Yeah. Indeed.
That.
So back to Money in the Bank.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So we've had our qualifiers and whatnot. At least most of them. There's still a few spots left to fill. What are your guys' thoughts and or predictions for Money in the Bank? I'm curious.
I am so happy that I refreshed the Wikipedia page that I had pulled up. The matches at this point. We are in the middle of Raw. I would say that the main event is going on imminently, and I don't know what the main event of Raw is. The matches for the men's briefcase, Solo Sikoa, LA Knight, and Penta have been found so far.
Penta qualified, okay.
Nice. And Alexa Bliss, Roxanne Perez, Rhea Ripley, and Julia on the women's side.
Indeed. Any predictions for who the last few spots are going to go to?
I want Chelsea in the women's match. Last Chance Battle Royal, they normally do something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I want her in there. I think she should take it. I think she would be phenomenal with it. I don't know what the status of the injury is. if there was an injury. Which I didn't hear anything about an injury until you brought it up there, so I'm going to Google that one.
Yeah. I don't think it was. Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to 100% burst your bubble, but we do have our last SmackDown match already announced. That would be.
Okay, yeah, she broke her nose anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no telling when she's back. What is the last SmackDown match?
So it is Nia Jax, yay, versus Jade Cargill versus Naomi. So that's the last of the women's
that
SmackDown
match is gonna
matches.
slap.
Yeah, oh yeah. And I'm gonna say it. I think Naomi should absolutely win.
No complaints from me on that.
Yeah, I'd agree. Yeah. Who
So then that
else?
just, in
'Cause I've
theory,
got-
leaves a Raw match.
Right. Which we won't have until probably next Monday.
Next Monday, yeah.
Yeah.
I could probably tell you who it's gonna be though.
Who do you think that it's going to be?
It's gonna be Liv.
It should be Liv, yeah.
It should be Liv.
Who do you think is in the qualifier, though?
Who's left in that division that isn't injured or
Lost a qualifier?
MIA?
Who was
Well, if you're gonna go,
in the qualifiers? Let's start here. The qualifiers were on SmackDown, Alexa Bliss beating Chelsea Green and Mi Chin.
let's go.
Like, closer to myself. I just grabbed it by the actual mic. That probably wasn't good. Sorry, headphone users. And myself mixing. Let's see here. Roxanne, Becky and Natalia, Rhea Ripley, Kairi Sane, Zoe Stark. Good Lord, did you watch her leg
I sure did.
on that drop?
Oh,
Yep.
My gosh. The Display Shelf podcast.
Ooh,
sends our
fishing
best
time?
wishes. Gosh.
Are we fishing,
Can't
boys?
talk. I'm losing the ability to talk. We send our best wishes to Zoe Stark, who is probably not listening to this, but if you do, we are hoping that you get well soon. That looked nasty. We appreciate what you do for this business.
Indeed.
Hoping for a speedy recovery.
Indeed. And then the last one was Julia beating Charlotte Flair and Zelina Vega.
Mm-hmm.
Huh. So, who else is on the Raw Women's Division? Ivy Nile.
Oh yeah, Ivy Nile needs a match, doesn't she?
So, Liv Morgan, Ivy Nile. Don't put Raquel in there, but you could.
You could. They won't.
They shouldn't.
What else is even on?
They shan't.
I mean, you could go. We already had one of the Kabuki Warriors return. Could go Asuka,
You could go Asuka.
but yeah,
Don't have to
You
come
could.
back and job to Liv though. Not
No.
nothing against Liv, but you know.
Yeah,
Who
if
else is on?
someone like
Raw?
Asuka needs to come back and win. So, Maxine.
Does she still wrestle?
She does, yeah.
All right, hold on. I'm sharing my screen. Because if you go on the WWE website to the Raw roster, both Dragon Lee and El Grande Americano are the WWE Speed Champion, according to their.
Yeah, so they didn't update the render for Dragon Lee. The current champ is Grande Americano.
That's funny.
Lyra's beefing with Becky. She won't be in it.
Is Kiana James on Raw?
She is, yeah. Hasn't been in a year, but
Good for her. Jackie Redmond, she could wrestle.
yeah, there you go. She's
Oh,
apparently been taking some lessons.
Yeah. Kathy Kelly.
Or no, not Jackie. Kathy's been taking lessons.
Kathy was doing the training, yeah.
Yeah.
Was she actually doing actual wrestling training?
According to reports, yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, that would be good if we can get a spokesperson. I guess I'm not spokesperson. I don't know what's the word. A comment? No,
I
not
think that the
commentator.
reports were saying that she was looking for like a manager role
Mhm.
and then wanted to do some wrestling training so that I guess she can take bumps.
It'd be cool to see like you're getting a fight, like after she's giving an interview,
wouldn't it? That'd be
like
great.
giving an interview and getting a fight. That'd be pretty sick.
Yeah, like someone interrupts an interview that she has, and she just like attacks them.
Listen
Hey,
here,
I'm doing an interview. Shut up.
Right.
get him out of here.
But yeah, so yeah, it's probably Liv.
Yeah, it should be Liv.
Yeah.
For sure. Yeah.
Who wins
would
that
probably
briefcase then?
make sense.
For a shot at Io or Tiffy, I don't know why I just called her Tiffany Stratton. That felt weird, by the way.
Tiffy, can I call you Tiffy?
Right.
Can I call you Tiffany? Tiffany's fine. Okay, Tiffany.
Oh, I don't know. Alexa Bliss having the briefcase would be cool. I don't think she will. I think she's going into a program with Charlotte.
Yep.
My heart is telling me Roxanne Perez.
Okay.
My mind is telling me Rhea Ripley.
I hope not, because okay. I'm gonna launch into something here for a second.
Oh, I know. I
Um,
figured this was going to launch into something here.
Yeah. I mean, we pretty much know that Rhea already has another title shot lined up based on the conversation and stuff she was having with Io the other week.
Yep.
So her
Just do
winning
the
Money in the Bank
SummerSlam.
would be awful.
Yes. I almost wonder if it's going to be Rhea Ripley gets the... Unless she turns heel and does a run-in cash-in on one of these matches, I almost wonder if she gets the briefcase and comes out in the little worked post-match press conference or whatever and says, you know what? I'm cashing in for SummerSlam.
Just calls her shot.
Just calls it. And that's a very babyface thing to do. Meanwhile, on the men's side, I think Seth's going to hold that sucker for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Because
I'm glad we're on the same page with who we think is going to win that.
Yeah, I mean, my heart is telling me Sami Zayn. I want him to win the world title, all of that fun stuff. But I don't think that's where the story is going, unfortunately.
No.
That and the qualifying matches remaining for the men that have been announced are Seth, Sammy, and Finn, and Andrade, Carmelo, and Jacob Fatu. Stick Jacob Fatu in that match.
He will. Then that's where the whole Solo and Jacob beef is really going to kick off.
Oh, I forgot about that. That's going to be good.
Mm-hmm.
That and like, so what is he going to do with the ladder, you know?
Oh, yeah, true. I could see this monster moonsaulting off the top of the ladder just because he's Jacob Fatu.
It's going to be awesome. And then he just no sells it. He just gets up and
oh yeah, and does his little head shake emote.
He does the little head shake. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jacob,
Who we think?
I was gonna say, who's winning the briefcase? Says.
Go for it, Jacob. What were you gonna say?
Oh, I was gonna say something different than that, but
Oh, go ahead.
Please do.
I was thinking, do we think that Roxanne is going to get involved with the new Judgment Day and be a member?
I was gonna bring this up in a little bit, but
Also,
yeah.
I like the. I think Dom and Liv are going, and Raquel subsequently are going to leave of their own accord.
Mm-hmm.
I like the little detail. By the way, I just want to point this out. Roxanne Perez is, and I don't necessarily like seduction storylines in wrestling. There's a long history of those, and it is not a good history.
Yeah.
Like, obviously that's been kind of Dom's whole thing is Liv and Rhea and all that. But I guess to get on Dom's good side, Roxanne brings chicken tenders, except they're not chicken tenders, they're chicken nuggets.
They're chicken
Anybody
nuggets,
catch
Yep.
that? I just thought that was interesting. That's going to get brought up in a promo.
Oh, it will. I
When
hope
they
so.
break up. When they break up, that's going to get brought up.
Yeah.
Roxanne Perez versus Liv Morgan is going to be a phenomenal SummerSlam match, although very unfortunate that the women's tag belts are probably not getting on that card.
Yeah,
Is it 2 nights?
it is 2 nights, so it should
Maybe.
be. At this point, though, I believe Alexa and Charlotte will be carrying those titles.
Yep, you're probably right.
Or that's the match you get. I don't know, one of the two.
I don't know if my sigh came through on the podcast, but actually, I think that an Alexa Bliss Charlotte Flair tag team could be phenomenal.
It could be.
It could be great. If only there was a women's tag division.
Right? If only they didn't release half of it.
If only they didn't release the actual team that was on there, then you could have had a couple of good defenses with them. Oh my gosh. Anyway.
So my hot take, and it's not really a hot take, I think Naomi wins the briefcase.
Oh.
Thus furthering the Cargill Naomi / Bianca Belair somewhere in there.
There'd have to be a draft somewhere in there, but I feel that one is imminent.
You got to get a draft. You got to get one eventually, right?
Naomi cashes on Tiffany, and all three of them are SmackDown. I don't think you cash in on Io.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You're right. I don't know who's on.
I might still get one though. I don't think it'll change those three at all, but
no. Interesting. Okay. All right.
If they really want to cement this heel turn, aside from just doing, a run out brawl every week like they have been doing,
right,
they need to have her win something. Which is why I said that I would have been okay with a WrestleMania win as the heel as well.
Yeah.
But I get why they didn't.
Right.
We already talked about that back in episode 4 and 3 of the podcast if you want to hear our
go listen to
thoughts
episode
on
4.
that.
I think that's some of our finest work.
Indeed.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Roxanne could be really cool.
It could be. Do it just like Tiffany did last year.
Yeah, you know what's probably going to happen, though? Roxanne is probably going to cash in on Io.
Mm-hmm.
Which is going to be a cool match. That should actually be the SummerSlam match.
If that's the case, it actually might be.
That would be epic. But I think it's going to be Roxanne cashes in on Io, either later in the night or whatever, because the women's briefcase has a tendency to be cashed in historically quickly. Anyway, like really quickly.
Mm-hmm.
So Roxanne wins, cashes in on Io the night or Raw or whatever, and then Liv Roxanne for the belt.
There you go.
There you go.
I like the prediction. I like those. Those are. Well, I wouldn't be upset if
anything that involves Liv in the title picture. I'm there for it.
Except I keep forgetting.
Yes, all this. Yes, all this.
Well, that and I want to see this Roxanne Liv match because Roxanne, I think, is one of the best women's wrestlers probably in the world, and Liv Morgan has very casually gotten there in the past year. We've talked about this before, so I'm not gonna go on a diatribe about it, but I don't even know if that was the correct use of that word, but
that's big vocabulary right there.
Big vocabulary.
Big vocabulary guy. Big vocabulary guy.
Big vocabulary.
Big vocabulary guy.
Anyway, Jacob, did you who did you have for the briefcase winners?
I'm a little unsure for the men's side. I think it could be a lot of contenders. I do like the Naomi shout for the women because that would keep a story going a lot.
Yeah.
That feud going on. Like it's got a match. Oh man, I'm trying to think of what would be reasonable. I mean, Fatu would be cool. I don't see that happening. It'd be amazing. Just because I want to see him more. So I think I'll go with that. But it's not gonna. I don't think it's gonna happen. But I'd be okay with it.
Jacob,
Where do we
Fox would-
stand?
Go ahead.
Oh, and I was gonna derail somewhere else. So
Oh, I was just saying it'd be a good shout for him to have briefcase.
yeah, I could actually kind of see that. I'm not gonna lie.
Double champ.
Double champ, exactly. I was gonna ask where we stand on LA Knight at this point. This is kind of their last chance to strap the briefcase on him.
I am very much of the opinion that, and I think I might have said this on a podcast at some point, but
We have talked about it before, yeah.
I think LA Knight should make me miss him a little bit. Like maybe just kind of disappear. Take a
I'm a little
vacation.
bit out of the loop. The past couple weeks or so. Is he still active right now, or is he kind of been on the back burner?
He's in the ladder match.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Like you said, give him some time off.
That's what I think.
Bring him back when you least expect it, like you said. Yeah.
Right. I feel like he hasn't really had a story that would. He's had good matches. Like he's a serial 6-7 out of 10er when it comes to the matches to me. But, you know, he kind of has nothing. He's still over, which is good, but it's kind of waning for me personally. To the point that I think if he loses here, do like an injury spot or something and take him out for just a little bit. Make me miss him, make me want to see him again. And then when he reappears in, I keep saying the Royal Rumble, but that seems like an awful long way away, after SummerSlam, then yeah.
That reminds me, is Shinsuke out for a while, or what's going on with him?
What is going
No,
on?
he was just in the match with LA Knight and Aleister Black as the triple threat. Took the pin, of course, but
that.
Oh, wow.
it was actually kind of a creative finish to that match too. I don't know if you guys caught it.
I did not. SmackDown.
No, actually, I didn't forget about that at all. I forgot about that.
You should probably get caught up on that if we're going and if when we're going.
Probably.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
so it was LA Knight, Aleister Black, Shinsuke in the triple threat for qualifying. Aleister hits Black Mass on Shinsuke. Knight jumps into the ring, tosses Aleister out, and then covers Shinsuke. So,
Huh. All right. Yeah. Cool.
yeah. So you're not burying Aleister Black at all because it was technically his finishing move
Right.
that knocked Shinsuke out, but then you still get LA Knight winning the match, which he should have. So,
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Yeah. He's not as hot to me as he was. I don't know why I use that phrase. He's not as over to me as he was like a couple years ago when he was facing
Right.
Roman or whatever. Excellent mid-card, or let me rephrase this. The potential to be an excellent mid-card champion. He was pretty decent at it. I just shrugged, which I know is not good for audio, but that's about how I feel.
yeah.
Yeah. So yeah.
Yeah. Any other
I
Money in
sigh
the
a
Bank
lot
closing
on this podcast.
thoughts? Me too. Ah,
Especially when we talk about wrestling. I'm just like, The thing that I
Yeah.
love, I keep sighing about.
So yeah, any other like Money in the Bank closing thoughts before we jump into just like I have a couple of quick thoughts about just what's generally happening in wrestling.
I am curious to see how long both briefcases are held. I wonder if it'll be quick. I wonder if it'll be like an instant cash, or if we're gonna hold on to it like the instant cash, like McIntyre, or they'll hold on to like Tiffany.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that it depends on who wins. I think Seth should win the men's, and I think he should hang on to it for a good while.
So I'm gonna counter that.
Okay.
I'm still gonna say Seth wins. Remember, Jay and Gunther have a championship match, or whoever, right after, like on the Raw after Money in the Bank.
Yeah.
I think if Seth wins it, that's where it's gonna happen.
That's where, yeah.
If it's LA Knight or whoever, probably not gonna cash for a while because Cena's still your champion.
Right. Yeah. No. Yeah.
Unless they run a failed cash-in angle.
I hear that. Has Seth Rollins commented in promos or anything about the John Cena thing? I thought he had.
He might have, but I don't really remember that well.
I know he's going to take the belt off of Jay, right?
Mm-hmm.
But my heart is like, hey, what if Seth Rollins comes out and, or let's say SummerSlam, John Cena versus CM Punk, ref bump, because that's how this works. It's a main event match in the 2020s. My gosh, it is, isn't it? That is the formula. Ref bump, CM Punk gets the visual pin. Cena is standing up. He's got a chair or something. All of a sudden, Braun Breaker spear, Bronson Reed tsunami. Referee's awake, is like, what the heck is going on? Seth Rollins comes down. He's got the briefcase. He hands it to the guy. This match is now a triple threat. Curb stomp, 1, 2, 3, new champ. And then we, I guess, do the Punk Seth feud again. Oh, shit. Yeah. I don't know.
Gonna have to edit that one out.
Yeah, I was just looking at that. Just
gotta find your beep. Gotta find your beep sound effect.
Just
write that down. Write that down.
Just writing down that time here. But yeah, that's funny.
I like that. That sounds good too.
Yeah, I think that if the Cena Punk match is a good match, I would hope that it would be, because it's CM Punk, but it's also John Cena, so you know.
So you never know.
That would be phenomenal.
You never know.
You had some other things that you wanted to mention in regards to wrestling.
Yeah, so I just wanted to say that I'm having a fantastic run of a few weeks here. When it comes to wrestling and my people. I'm just, man. Dude, I am living the dream.
You're back. You're back, man. You're back.
So the SmackDown before our previous episode, I think that was. Yeah, it was, right. Yeah, because I was talking about character arcs and whatnot. Yeah. Alexa Bliss finally came back, and she's been consistent on the last 3 episodes. She's made appearances.
Indeed.
In front of crowds, I believe. In front of crowds. Yep. So she's been there, which has been just fantastic. You know, she qualifies for Money in the Bank. Great. Love that.
Yeah.
Would have been fine with Chelsea winning that too, but we've already had that discussion.
Right.
And they finally let her cut a promo in the ring last week. And that was fantastic. I loved the reference to the I don't need anyone, I don't need friends because I'm the queen.
Yep. That one was
in the one she just cut, she goes, you know, I can't really feel bad for a narcissist who calls herself the queen and did the hand gesture. I'm not gonna lie, I popped for that.
Yeah, that was pretty funny.
Yeah.
That was a TV pop right there.
Oh yeah.
Indeed.
So she's back. Love that. I have a reason to look forward to SmackDown again. And then after like 6 months, Kairi Sane finally comes back, who's someone that I've liked for a long time now.
Indeed.
Of course, she lost to Rhea and got pinned, but that's due to the injury and
I was gonna
not
say
so much.
that wasn't the booking. That wasn't the booking, which I think I texted you guys because I didn't see the injury clip, but I saw the result, and I was like, boy, pinning Kairi Sane is a really weird thing to do on the night that she's back. And then I saw the video of Zoe Stark's injury, and I was like, oh, okay.
It's like, oh, never mind. Yeah. And what I'm thrilled about is it looks like they're giving her a singles run. Unless they have Asuka come back. Because there was no mention of Damage Control or even Io Sky.
Well, they released Dakota Kai, so at this point, like, is the group actually...
You have Io and you have Kairi, who are currently active. Asuka's somewhere. So maybe they'll throw her back in the tag division with her, or they'll do something else. I don't know. But at the moment, it looks like she's going on a singles run, and I'm thrilled about that because I think she's great.
Yeah. You reckon IC scene, or you reckon that we're going to see a Kairi Io program?
I would love that, but I think realistically we're looking at IC.
Yeah. Yeah, I would agree. I do want to see a Kairi and Io match, even if she's like...
Oh, yeah.
Even if she, like, loses that match and then works a couple more and then IC championship shot or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
I'm just thinking out loud here.
Indeed. And then to top off Kairi coming back, last Friday, we also had the return of the Wyatts.
Oh, yeah.
Which was awesome.
That was pretty cool.
Completely destroying the entire tag division.
And that's what I want. I keep bringing up this mythical 2018 or 2017. I got to find the actual date. House show. But that tag match with... No, there were two. One of the matches on there was the Bludgeon Brothers, which was Rowan and Luke Harper. And watching again, big dudes moving like crazy dudes against, I think it was Randy Orton and Shinsuke, honestly, was phenomenal. So, like, you reckon it's going to be Dexter Lumis and Eric Rowan as the tag guys?
It might be. It could be.
I keep saying Uncle Howdy is more of a manager.
Yeah, for sure. But then you also throw Joe Gacy in there because he's there too.
Oh, right.
So I don't know where you put him.
The fourth man. I don't know.
But I think it's cool that Candice has aligned herself with DIY. So now the Wyatts have cool. a program for Nikki Cross.
Indeed. I like that they're not putting Alexa with the Wyatts.
Yep, I was going to say that.
I know like this is an unpopular opinion, but I think I've even gone on record and said that I was not a fan of the Fiend adjacent child character of 2021. So, yeah. Anyway, I'll leave that there.
Fair enough. But yeah, it's going to happen down the line at some point.
Oh, it is. And
I'm just glad it's not happening immediately.
Yes.
Because I think I even brought it up last episode. Right? I think I did. About how, she was the supposed leader of the Wyatts this whole time.
Right.
It didn't make any sense for how things had been going.
Right.
Booking wise thus far.
Yep.
So, if they eventually get there, fine, whatever. Just glad it's not happening yet. Give her return run as a singles / tag. Whoever if you're going to tag her with Charlotte or whatnot. And then once, the hype's kind of died down a little bit, then maybe, throw her with the Wyatts, but, whatever.
Indeed.
Last of my thoughts, in theory, because I haven't watched Raw yet, because it's currently happening, but I did see that they were scripting in Liv Morgan to come back. So
Liv Morgan has returned.
I'm living life right now, man. I'm going to tell you what.
We're living life. Huh?
All my people are back.
Clever.
He's living life. Oh,
Living like Larry.
I definitely meant to do that, and you guys saying that didn't open my eyes to the pun that I made.
like you meant to make the pun, or you did not?
Oh no, I completely. I was just saying that I'm loving life right now and living it. And then you guys are like, "Oh, nice one." And I was like, "Oh yeah, I guess that did work, didn't it?"
Indeed.
But yeah, so all my people are back and current. I'm happy. I don't know if you guys have any other closing thoughts about what's going on in the world of professional wrestling outside of what we covered, but
Raw has ended. Seth Rollins has officially qualified for the Money in the Bank.
Okay.
Chamber.
That's what I
Makes
thought.
sense.
I'm
Makes
sorry
sense.
if you wanted. I realized about halfway through saying that, after I said Seth Rollins, that you might have wanted to watch Raw unspoiled, but
It'd be like that.
sorry, man. I feel bad about that.
No, you're fine. I pretty much knew that. I mean, you look at the roster of who's in it, that's who was going to qualify.
Yeah.
I had no questions about who that was going to be.
Yeah. I don't like that they are not announcing these qualifiers until the day of, by the way.
Yeah,
That's
I think
stupid.
Saturday,
thing.
maybe Pierce was like, yo, here's what's happening on Monday. But yeah, unofficial programming, they need that to be announced.
Right. It's odd.
It's like we still don't know who the last women's qualifier is going to be, and we don't know.
I mean, there's only
No, we
so
know
many
this.
women's.
Right.
There's only so many women's. There's only so many women on the roster at this point, and it's like Ivy. The question is, who's the third person? Because we know that unless Bailey makes a comeback.
Right. But if she's going to make, with the prediction that we made earlier about her getting involved,
Right. Yeah.
unless she wins, she goes to the triple threat, wins the briefcase, cashes in on Lyra. That would be awful. And I hate that I just put that out in the universe.
Uh-oh.
A la Austin Theory.
That could be a problem.
That's not good.
No, that is awful.
That
And I
won't
hate that I even put it
I
out
don't
there.
think that'll happen. I'd be
It'll
surprised
never
if it
happen.
Any other thoughts on wrestling before I launch into this last thing that I want to talk about here?
I think I've covered my bases. Oh, you know what? Roxanne and Julia are officially called up as well, so I should add that to my. Hey,
Yeah,
this
that
is cool. Although Julia being on SmackDown and not Raw kind of makes me angry, but other than that,
they should have been separated.
they
I
should have
think.
absolutely.
Otherwise, you've got the specter of, well, maybe we could have been a team. But
Right.
Yeah. Anyway. Yeah.
Yeah,
Jacob?
my NXT girls got called up.
Yeah. Which is good because I've been waiting for Roxanne to get called up for
At least a couple
years
years.
now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jacob, anything for the group before I talk about Worlds Collide?
Nope. No, I think I'm just gonna keep an eye on what's coming up.
Sweet.
But yeah, nothing else to add. I think we kind of covered all the bases of what I was thinking. So
Yeah. So we kind of talked about it on episode 4, which you should go and listen to wherever you get your podcasts. And by that, I mean Spotify and YouTube. Because we don't do full distribution. Worlds Collide is a thing, and it's not just NXT like I thought it was. It is full on WWE AAA. And that's
Indeed.
exciting. There are 3 matches announced at this moment.
There's 3? I knew of 2 of them.
Yeah, there's 3. One is a to be announced. So
Oh, okay.
there is going to be an NXT North American Championship match on Worlds Collide. We don't know who the opponent is, but it's going to be the winner of Ricky Saints or Ethan Page.
Oh yeah, I did know about that one.
And then we have Legado del Fantasma. Watch me butcher some of these. And El Hijo del Moses. El Hijo de Dr. Wagner Jr., who I actually have heard of. Pagano and Psycho Clown, which, yeah, this is going to be a good match. I can just tell. This is like a big
That'll be fun.
party match. I'm
Psycho
excited for that.
Clown.
But the one that I am most excited for and will actually tune into this for, and I normally don't deal with the extracurriculars, as I like to call them, Chad Gable versus Vikingo.
Yeah, that's gonna cook.
I'm so excited. Do I kind of wish it was El Grande Americano? Yes, but it's allegedly the same dude. So
Allegedly, but it's not. It's a different guy.
Right. Chad Gable is a great wrestler. Vikingo is one of the best in the world. Let's do it. That and their styles are going to complement each other very well.
Yeah, I think so.
Cool. And that concludes the wrestling segment.
All right. So last week we talked a lot about the movies, but I know this time around we want to get into a little bit about our shows that kind of made us, and like what we watched growing up and what kind of influenced our collecting habits, or what kind of like shows that stuck with us that we enjoyed watching. And I think we kind of have to. I think I'll start, and we kind of have to start with SpongeBob SquarePants, to be honest, because to this day, I still quote things from the show. So I don't think it's pretty iconic. Like, just I literally quoted today. Like today, like I was talking with somebody, and I quoted like the chocolate episode with the chocolate. It was like, "Is your mother home? Is your mother home?" I literally quoted that today. So I stood it. I mean, it's just kind of transcends time. And I think it started like in like 1998 or something like that is when it came out.
I want to
Yeah,
say
98, 97, something like that.
Jamie.
I think it's still going. I think it's still coming, or still airing.
Yeah,
It's pretty.
I'm not gonna
pretty
lie to
impressive.
you. That was the first show on my list that I had written down as well. So
That's
I'm
my
glad you
first
said
one
that.
too.
That's funny.
Man, yeah, SpongeBob is fantastic.
It is pretty good. The first episode was May 1st, 1999.
Okay, so we were all wrong. Cool.
They're currently on
Well,
the 15th season.
Have you? I haven't watched any full episodes, but have you seen like the new animations for the new episodes?
I've seen some of it. Yeah.
They kind of have changed a lot of the animation on it. Like
They have. And you know what? I think personally, and maybe it's just nostalgia glasses, it's for the worse. I think the vibe of the first few seasons, the way that everything was just, S tier.
I know it's a cartoon, but they made it too cartoony now, I think.
Right.
I don't know. Like before it didn't seem that bad. And it's not, I wouldn't call it bad. I would just call it not my taste. Because I see people that say it's really good. More power to them,
Right, exactly. But it just doesn't hit that nostalgia like the old ones did.
Right.
Yeah.
Part of me, yeah.
But like you were saying, the quoting on a daily, like I would say that this show, SpongeBob SquarePants, pretty much solidified my sense of humor throughout the majority of my child to preteen to early teen.
Yeah.
That just defined everything. And yeah, today probably said some SpongeBob quote or reference or something like that. All the time when I'm at work, I just walk by some of my coworkers and I'm like, SpongeBob quote here, SpongeBob quote there, all over the place. That's definitely a big childhood one.
So I'm gonna say the thing, guys. For the longest time, we were not allowed to watch SpongeBob in our house. Just
You know what? That's kind of a common theme that I've seen from.
it's a
It
thing.
doesn't seem that unusual. Yeah.
About
Like-
I mean, bear in mind that I'm saying that like we were watching SpongeBob by the time I hit probably 8, 9. I mean, we were a Disney household more than anything. So I'm sure we'll talk about some of those shows, but yeah, SpongeBob is good. I understand the value that it holds to what am I trying to say here? It's a good show, not as big of a part of my childhood, honestly.
Fair enough.
But
I will say that
it's got its
in
moments.
a little bit later in the in my list here, I kind of had a Disney era, so I think I have a lot of Disney shows like you do.
Nice.
Because I did kind of go through a Disney era.
I'm curious, was there any shows that like was made for a particular age group that you guys weren't allowed to watch in your house, or no?
I would say that it wasn't necessarily a restricted one, but it was one that my parents were very careful of. Was Ed, Edd and Eddy?
Oh yeah, I see why.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah,
I just my biggest memory of that show is hearing one of my friends back in elementary school or whatnot. He was allowed to play Halo. He's not allowed to watch
gosh.
Ed, Edd and Eddy. I was like, where's the logic in that?
there was a lot of weird.
But I get it.
Dichotomy. Like we had kids, similar situation where it was like, oh, you can't watch SpongeBob or you can't watch something else, and yet they're sitting there playing Call of Duty at recess and stuff.
Right.
It's like what? This is the real world. I don't know. Yeah.
That's another show though where specifically one quote I'll walk around and it'll be my reaction to something. I'll just go, "Holy schmoly!"
That one,
If you know, you know.
I'm trying to remember here. I think we caught the tail end of Ed, Edd and Eddy. Of that era of Cartoon Network. In our house. Yeah, I'm not sure, but yeah, we were Disney kids.
That show made me want to eat a jawbreaker. So
Nah,
bad.
for real.
They had some good ones, man. They had some good ones. Who's next here? I don't think we determined an order.
No. How about you go? Because SpongeBob was also my first one on the list,
Oh,
so
okay.
that kind of coincided with each other.
I guess really early childhood, before we get too like nerdy with it, if you will. Before we start going off into long form discussions about what makes an excellent television show. Phineas and Ferb. We kind of talked about it before we started this section of the podcast. That was our cartoon in the house. Was like Phineas and Ferb, and at one point they were airing it in Sweet Life. Those shows kind of in the same block, and so that was some of the earliest shows that I remember watching that were like non-nerdy shows, which we'll get into the nerdy ones in a minute.
Right.
I do like that you mentioned Sweet Life as well, because I was a fan of both the hotel and the cruise version.
Yes.
of
I
Sweet Life.
remember this the series finale of the cruise ship one. I forget the name.
Sweet Life on Deck.
That's it.
Yes.
I remember
that's the show.
bunch of kids in the neighborhood all got together and watched.
That is so cool. That is actually amazing.
I think there might have been something else going on at that point where we just had to go to a particular place, but you know, that's what
It just so happened that was airing.
yeah.
But also, don't forget that. I mean, you can't forget. Now we have the new reboot of Phineas and Ferb is out, which is crazy.
Yeah, they've got that coming soon. I'll probably tune in.
I was gonna say
just to see
I
what's
might
up with
actually
it.
give it a go, because I mean, Phineas and Ferb was always, there was some humor in there that was
Yeah, like
forever.
it's a very, kid friendly show. That's obviously the target audience.
Right.
But I'll tell you what, my dad oftentimes will still say that Phineas and Ferb was one of his favorite cartoons of all time.
Yeah.
So
My
like,
parents are the same way, yeah.
Well said. Well said.
It's
It's a great show.
so good.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, just really enjoyable. I mean, oh man, the Perry and Doofenshmirtz stuff was the best. I think, honestly, like that
what was always really good to me, because it's not on my list because I wasn't going to discuss it here, but Seinfeld is another one that's been kind of in the house for a very long time, right? Or was in the house from a very early age. It always amazed me that you could have these two stories that are kind of happening in the same episode, and then somehow they manage to converge in a fun and creative way. And Seinfeld has that quality, and Phineas and Ferb has that quality.
Yep, absolutely.
Phineas and Ferb's might be a little bit more fantastical. It might be, well, this is the format of the show, so this is what we got to do. But yeah. Anybody have a favorite episode of Phineas and Ferb?
Oh man,
I know I can't recall off the top of my head.
I definitely do, but yeah, I got to look up like a quick list of
I know, right?
episodes.
No, I know the answer. It's the one where they're putting the band
back together.
Put the band back together. Yeah, that one's good.
That one's the best one.
And because that one had a lot of great musical numbers too, so I was enjoying.
I kid you not. We listen to the Bobby Fabulous song all the time.
That's an earworm.
Like
such an earworm.
Like, just somebody will be like, screw it, we need a funny song, let's put it on, and we'll listen to that one. It's really funny.
It is a pretty good song. I like
That
the one where
that and the power ballad at the end is just great. It's got a good riff. That's what I like about Phineas and Ferb too. All the music is good, and there's at least one musical number per episode. And I mean like per 15-minute block episode, not,
Were they split in 2 episodes in the same show or time slot?
They were.
They were, yeah. It was 2 15-minute.
Yeah.
Or 10.
Yeah, that makes sense.
15.
I didn't remember for sure, but yeah, that makes sense.
15 TV time, right?
Yeah, 15 TV time.
I don't know what happened. I don't know why it stuck in my brain. But I'm thinking about the word. I'm thinking about the. I don't know. It wasn't even the theme of the episode, but where like Doofenshmirtz dips his broccoli in like cheese and eats it, and he says it's healthy. I don't know if you've ever seen that.
I remember that. Yeah, that was hilarious.
But that to me was I don't know why that was so funny to me. Like that's like when you said Phineas and Ferb episodes, I'm like, oh, I remember that one. Because that's totally what I would do. Like, oh hey, I'll dip that.
One where they open the diner in space.
That sounds like there was one. Yeah, it sounds like it. And then what about that? Remember like the I don't remember what's the guy's name on the TV in Perry? I can't remember his name.
Major Monogram.
Major
Monogram.
Yes, I do like Carl too, the assistant.
Carl's great.
The intern or whatever.
Yeah, we when I got an internship recently, Mom would refer to me as Carl the intern.
Nice.
It's pretty funny.
That's awesome. Or I still quote the Doofenshmirtz Evil Incorporated jingle. And then, or the one that's After Hours.
Oh, yeah. That one. Oh, but it's such a good show. We could probably talk about this for a whole episode.
Oh yeah. I think I found one of my favorite episodes. It's the one where it's Vanessa, Doofenshmirtz's daughter, loses her like
Oh,
doll or something like that. And it just so happens, or it's, you know, she has a doll or something like that. But it turns out it's Candace's doll.
Right.
And so you get the cool like interaction between, you know, Doofenshmirtz and Vanessa, and then there's also, you know, the take on like detective and whatnot with the Phineas and Ferb, who go like full detective mode to figure out where this doll is and stuff.
Right.
I think they end up in a mall somewhere, if I remember right. And I just remember always really liking that episode.
A mall episode where it's like all of them end up at this mall, and then it's where the Vanessa Ferb thing starts going.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Which is,
I forgot. Oh, yeah.
It's awesome. It's a little weird, but you know.
Oh, and then did anybody else like freak out whenever Ferb would talk? Like, oh my god.
Oh yeah, it's like, yo, this guy has vocal cords.
Hold up.
I can talk.
It's always at the end of the episode. Oh hey, Perry, where were you? Or something like that. Or he'd make the most like philosophical statement of all time.
Yes.
We got Plato over here.
It's one of those things where it's like, if you're gonna have a character that doesn't talk a whole lot, then you've gotta have him say something really good in order for it to count. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yo, oh man, I'm. This could be a problem. I'm currently in my head is currently going episode.
I know.
I'm remembering more and more.
I'm like, man, I'm gonna have to.
Remember the Paul Bunyan thing was funny.
Oh, that one's great. The other one that comes to mind to me is where Candace is finally able to show the mom, and like they get caught.
Was it
a dream?
Was jail?
Yeah.
Yeah. Was that a dream?
It's like such a cool like, hey, because every episode, you know, you're like, oh my gosh, I can't believe they didn't get caught, yada yada yada. So to finally see it be like, oh man, there is consequence.
Doesn't she kind of feel like sad and like empty afterward?
Yeah, Candace feels like she lost all purpose in life. Just like, man, I wish I could unbust my brothers.
Right. And you know what's really funny? That episode is in the first season of that show.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Huh. I was just looking at it. It is in the first season. It's the 16th episode.
Wow. Well, there you go.
Crazy stuff. But Phineas and Ferb, definitely a large highlight.
Yeah, for sure.
Child.
I think we probably could do an episode just talking about Phineas and Ferb.
Oh yeah.
It's honestly, it's making me think that I might rewatch it. But
same, because I never like finished it and watched it all the way through.
Yeah,
I've seen clips of the ending.
It was still running by the time like I started getting out of that age group.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I think that the last thing that I really sat down and watched on a Cartoon Network or a Disney XD or whatever was Rebels. And that was because it was Star Wars.
Right.
You know? Which we'll talk about all that in a minute, I'm sure.
Indeed.
Isaac, you're up next.
I'm up next? Okay, sure. That works for me. So this was a show that was on every morning before I went to school. I'm talking Pokemon.
Yeah.
Specifically, Diamond and Pearl Galactic Battle is the one I most vividly remember. That and Black and White, but mostly Diamond and Pearl.
Yeah, that was like 2007 to like 2012.
Mm-hmm.
Era,
Yep.
so
That sounds
that makes sense.
Was there, and I'm trying to put something together here, so stick with me. Was there like a block? I don't know what channel it was, but there was a block of cartoons and stuff before school time, Eastern time, right? That was like I forget what all was on it, but the two things that I very vividly remember is that Transformers was on it, Cybertron, and Kaiju Big Battle. Was this that same block or no?
Was it like,
I don't
was it
think
like,
so. No.
Oh, okay.
like four kids or whatever?
Yeah.
Could be
Okay, yeah,
that.
you're looking at 4Kids. No, I think Pokemon was on Cartoon
No,
Network.
I don't know what that was. I'm gonna have to try and Google it here.
Disney,
while
is it Disney XD or
No, it
no? It
wasn't
couldn't have been
Disney.
Disney XD. That was like teen stuff.
Wouldn't
What
have
was,
been
like-
Boomerang, was it?
No.
Boomerang could be not Cartoon Network, right? Yeah, that was it. I don't think.
It might have been Cartoon Network, but that I don't know. Cartoon Network at 7 in the morning. I thought that would be the
Adult Swim, right? Adult
yeah.
Swim. Oh yeah.
Oh, what did this
Oh
air
man,
on?
that just reminded me of something. Oh jeez, I'm gonna get sidetracked if I say it.
Brother, this is the
Can I okay.
thing, Hoss.
I am going to mention. I think I'm going to mention it. I don't know. Was it? I don't know if it's Adult Swim or what was. I don't remember. Like right before bed, every night when I had a tiny square TV, and I watched it before bed every night on the clock at like 9 or something like that. They'd always have George Lopez on every night.
Oh, Nick at Night, man.
That's what it was.
That's what it was.
Yes, George Lopez every night.
Because Adult Swim, it was always like, we're shutting down Cartoon Network for the night and we're moving to Adult Swim.
Yeah.
And then you would get the riff to King of the Hill. Was always
Yeah,
to this day, it's still King of the Hill. Oh,
Yeah.
that's funny. Was it this?
Oh, but George Lopez was so good. Get a little higher. Do, 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 do.
This can't be it. My mother would not have let me watch this.
What'd you find?
G4 Action Blast?
Does not even come close to ringing a bell.
G4 was like a gaming channel or something.
G4 was a gaming channel. No, this was it.
They're defunct.
Was this it?
They're defunct now, but
Yeah, it's gone. Yeah, this was it. So, oh my gosh, this is like crazy blast from the past. It was like a variety type hour or two. This says went till 2009. So it was like all of it was done in conjunction with Hasbro. So it was, here's the Transformers show at the time, here's the G.I. Joe show at the time, here's some other little fun sketches and stuff that we put together, and that's it. Part of that sketch, I'm going to sound absolutely insane when I say this, is Kaiju Big Battle, which still exists today, evidently. It is dudes in kaiju costumes wrestling, like professional wrestling.
wow.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There you go. There you go. All right, I found it. It was not the block with Pokemon, though, so I'm sorry. Please continue with the Pokemon discussion.
Yeah, so Pokemon, I think... No problem. That's why we have a podcast. To talk.
Podcast to yeah.
So yeah, Pokemon, I think it ran from like... This was back when I was, elementary. So this was, I want to say 8 to 8:30 was when Pokemon ran. And it was Galactic Battle, so it was Gen 4 Sinnoh, so Ash, Dawn, Brock. And every morning that's what was on the TV. And obviously, I talk a lot about Pokemon cards here and whatnot. I was already playing Pokemon a little bit back then, but that definitely helped me fully immerse myself in the realm of Pokemon. And Yeah, good stuff. I still think I'm gonna say X and Y is the best the anime has ever been, but Galactic Battle is the one that's the most prevalent in my mind. I don't know, Jacob, did you watch any of it?
No, honestly, no. I actually only started watching the first Indigo League like a couple weeks ago just to try it out. But as a kid, I didn't watch the Pokemon anime,
Interesting.
believe it or not.
I figured you'd be all over that.
I mean, now I would be, but I wasn't actually that in. I mean, I didn't actually really know about Pokemon until I was like 7 or so, and then I never watched the show. I guess 'cause I don't know. I had a I don't even really know why. I just guess I just didn't really think to watch it. But I wish I did. Wish I
At
did.
one
But
point or another, did they start airing Pokemon on Disney?
I want to say yes. I couldn't tell you when it happened or what the reasoning was, but I feel like there were times where it was on Disney, or at least Disney XD.
Right. Because Disney XD went, from. Oh my gosh. It actually ran on Disney from 2016 to 2021.
oh yeah, it's after my
Not
era.
like reruns.
Yep. That was after me too.
I did.
Okay.
What was it?
Oh yeah, because that's when they went
Sun and
Gen
Moon is what
7,
this
Sun
says.
and Moon.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they changed so much about it, and it just became. I haven't watched it, so don't take this seriously, but it became garbage.
Fair enough.
Have you seen like the thing that is like the on the Pokemon website where it says how to watch each episode?
No, I
Streaming
haven't.
service?
That's cool.
And it's like you can watch this season on Netflix, this one on Hulu.
Oh man.
It's like on every different streaming service. It's like a different episode. It's kind of crazy. I wish I get it. I mean, there's a lot, so I understand. But I had something in my head too that I was going to say, but I can't remember now. It'll come to me. But I don't know. I wish I did watch Pokemon as a kid. Oh, like people. Oh, I remember now. Like that era. Like some people were really into like that Y Kids, but I never watched that block. But I know some people that really like the Sonic stuff, the Sonic animated show.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
They were into that quite a bit. I never got into that, but I actually had a Game Boy cartridge that had a Sonic episode on it, and it had Pokemon episode on it. Like, do you remember those Game Boy movie cartridges?
How
I also had like a SpongeBob one.
quality could that have been?
It was so bad. Like the quality was terrible, but like the fact that it was like I remember like it was a Gen 2 era episode. Like
Oh,
they're at the
man.
bell tower in Gen 2 for Ho-Oh. And I think the SpongeBob episode was the one where they were blowing bubbles and like making a
Oh,
bunch
that's
of
such a good one.
That's crazy how oh man, I just remember that. That's crazy. There's some things I wish I would have watched, but I just never did. But yeah, sorry I got sidetracked there. But yeah, I just remember that I had those cartridges. Probably still have them somewhere.
Yeah.
Nice. So what do we got next?
Who's next?
I believe it'd be Jacob.
Oh yes, Jake.
Next. Okay, so right after SpongeBob on my list here, do we have any Fairy Odd Parents enjoyers?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
It wasn't one that I didn't put it on my list, but it was definitely one that if I didn't have anything else to watch, if Nick wasn't airing anything good and Cartoon Network wasn't airing anything good, but Nicktoons had Fairly Odd Parents, I was there.
Yes.
Yeah. Nicktoons was a big one for us with cable. It was Fairly Odd Parents, Back at the Barnyard, stuff like that.
Back at the Barnyard was peak.
Barnyard, yeah.
My grandfather.
The movie and then the
loved
series,
that show.
Amazing.
He used to unironically sit and watch that show without us.
Fantastic.
I'm just remembering the segment, the pig segments where you the Rita fan letter. Do you remember those
Yes, I
segments?
do remember that. Yeah.
Dude, that show is wild. That's got to be somewhere, right? Like,
Is it on any streaming service? Look that up.
I'm on it. Jamie.
Jay?
It's not. You can purchase it on Amazon Prime. Allegedly for $1.99 an episode, which is a
Dang. That's a
Dang.
lot.
that
You're better off just
Wait,
like getting
really?
a DVD.
I can't believe that. Wait, are you serious? It's only available to purchase the episodes?
yeah.
That's brutal.
How
much is the season?
Hang on. It might be on Paramount Plus. I will move to confirm.
Oh, you
If
can
it's
buy
on
each
Paramount
season for
Plus,
18 bucks
I'm
each.
watching it. I'm watching it tonight. All right.
I want to watch it too. It's a cow farm. You're gonna have cows outside.
I quote that so often. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
But like I'll substitute
Cow
cow
farm.
and
There's a cow outside.
it's the cow farm. Oh, because outside.
So it is not on Paramount Plus unless, and okay, I don't know if anybody else here has Paramount Plus, but
I do. Yeah.
I think that is probably the wonkiest streaming app.
It's so bad.
Have.
It's awful.
And I've got a fair amount of the streaming apps, even some of the free ones. Like, I mean, just looking at my streaming folder, Disney Plus, Prime, Hulu, Max, Fandango, Tubi, Netflix, Peacock. And Peacock has a weird mobile app too, but it's not bad. You know what I mean? Paramount Plus has a tendency to be bad, but we'll talk about that on another episode eventually, maybe.
Yes. Ooh, that's a good episode idea. It's streaming services rants. Good idea for that.
Indeed.
Indeed.
Coming
rank
soon
'em.
to a podcast near you.
Indeed.
Oh, I was gonna say that.
We rank
So
all
you
the
can
streaming services.
Yes, that's a great idea. Yes, I like that idea.
Streaming service tier list.
Anyways, Fairly Odd Parents.
Yeah.
Yes. Actually, I do want to say that you could buy both seasons of the Barnyard Show for $36, and I gotta say, there's worse things to spend $36 on. So it actually might be
On
worth.
Amazon?
Yeah, on Amazon Prime, so you get the full season 1 for and full season 2 for 18 more bucks. So it's $36 for both those seasons. And I'm gonna tell you, there are worse things out there that I spent money on bucks than back at the Barnyard. Won't lie.
I would totally agree.
Sorry, I got sidetracked. But yes, I kind of want to watch it. I kind of want to watch whatchamacallit, Back at the Barnyard now. But
Yeah, I know.
yeah, Fairly Odd Parents was pretty. I think it was pretty good. Like there's some funny quotes in there. I think as a kid I liked it more than SpongeBob for some reason, but now that I look back at it, I don't like it more than SpongeBob. But I did enjoy some of the humor in it. But it's a victim of getting much worse later in the season. Much
Yeah.
worse.
Yeah.
I just
Like, it was
remember as a
brutal.
kid being so confused about the whole like poof thing.
Oh yeah.
So confused.
By that point, I think I was out of it.
Well, like Poof, I was like, okay, I'll stay for Poof. But when they added the new character, I'm like, no, I'm done.
Right.
I'm out. Too much. Not that I don't know. It just wasn't that good anymore. I mean, I really enjoyed, especially the like the earlier seasons and like when like the mom and dad were used a lot and the babysitter Vicky were the best
Right.
ones.
I just always pull from the rules.
The rules.
The rules. Yeah, Fairly Odd Parents is a good one.
Yeah.
I debated putting that one on my list, but it didn't end up making it.
Yeah. That one was one for me, like you kind of said, if nothing else was on and that was on, all right, we'll turn this on. But yeah.
Fair, yeah. it's an acquired taste, I think, for sometimes. It's an
is, 'cause
acquired taste.
it's like a weird show with a lot of wacky characters, and not in like a, and this one's not on my list, but it was on a lot when my younger brother was kind of the cartoon age. Not in like a Amazing World of Gumball type of way, where it was marketed as, here's a bunch of weird characters, let's see what all the weird characters are up to. It was, here's the premise of the show, this kid has fairies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
now I do want to mention too that there were some very good episodes, like the when they did a Jimmy Neutron crossover.
Oh, dude,
that was amazing.
Crossover.
Like Jimmy Neutron goes into the Odd Parents world, and then vice versa. That was a great idea.
That was
genius.
Genius.
Genius. And there was a couple like hour-long episodes of Very Odd Parents that were also good. Like they were kind of like mini movies. They're like, ooh, I like this. Like where you get to see the future Jimmy Turner.
Oh, yeah. Speaking of Nickelodeon and Nicktoons, did anybody else catch the Penguins of Madagascar cartoon?
Yes. Yep.
Every once in a while, yeah.
That one was always funny.
Smile and wave, boys.
Smile and wave.
Smile and wave, boys.
Yeah, that was another one where I was like, yeah, I'll turn it on if there's absolutely nothing else happening.
Right. Indeed. Cool.
Who's next?
Is it me or is it Jacob?
I think it would.
Jacob just did Fairly Odd Parents.
Right. Yes, indeed. So are we doing Jacob, then me, then Isaac? Is that how this is working?
Sure.
All right.
Oh.
What to present to the group next? Was anybody else Power Rangers kids? Or was that just me?
For a period, yeah.
Sadly, I was not, but I wish I was.
It was like and this is from memory and from clips that I've seen. That was like baby's first anime tester.
Yep.
If you like this, you'll probably like anime.
Yep.
If you don't like this, or you age out of this, which is kind of what happened to me, I think, you're not going to get an anime. That's kind of
it definitely was super cheesy.
It was very cheesy. But I think that my understanding is that the production of a lot of that was very similar to some of the early 2000s Transformers shows, where it was like, well, this was produced in Japan. We're going to redub it and add some American-only shots, and then we'll call it there. We'll just edit it together, and it'll look good. I have specifically written down SPD, Dino Thunder, and Jungle Fury. We had a lot of those toys as kids.
I think mine was definitely SPD. That was my dad and I still talk about that.
That was the big one for me, less so than like Dino Thunder, but like I think that the Jungle Fury one was the first one that I think we've watched the whole way through instead of just catching reruns, which reruns is a major theme in my childhood. As we'll find out imminently. But yeah, was
SPD
fun.
Margin tape.
Yes.
With the dog. What the dog doing?
With the big dog dude.
Yeah, who's like
then the robot dog that turns into a gun.
Because
everything turned into a gun.
Everything either turned into a gun or a giant robot.
Or a sword.
Or
Eventually,
sword,
I think
yeah.
they moved to swords. But when I was a kid, it was all guns, and
Oh yeah.
when you're in the South, no.
When you're in the South, that's the standard.
Anyway, I'm not even sure. Some people don't even consider where I'm from the South, so you know, all depends
This
on
is
who you're
true.
talking to. Hour from Kentucky. That's all I'm gonna say. And not on the north end either. Anyway.
North End beef.
No. Anyway. But yeah. Was there a manga of I pulled up Transformers Cybertron to find that action blast thing earlier. Was there a manga for this?
For
If
Transformers
so, I
or
might
Power
grab
Rangers?
it. Transformers Cybertron. That was another one that was on the list, but anyway.
I think
Doesn't
I
matter.
think I saw it before, yeah.
That anyway. Yeah, Power Rangers. Fun time.
Fun time. I love Power Rangers.
Yeah, it was good. I don't think that there
Fun.
was anything like ultra mature about the storytelling or anything like that, like some other
No.
shows that we might be getting into imminently.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're saving some of that for the end here.
Mhm.
But yeah, good stuff.
I just remember the clip, and it's funny, I was just talking to my D&D group the other day when we were playing about the clip where it's just like, so what makes you special? Red's the leader, Pink's the girl. What do you do? I'm Scottish.
Yeah, yeah, I've seen
I was like, yeah, that's great.
that's phenomenal.
Yeah. So I guess it's my go then.
Yeah.
And it's fun that you should mention Baby's first anime because it's another one like Pokemon was, where I was watching it as a kid. I didn't really know that I was watching anime,
Right.
but I was. Beyblade, specifically
Oh, yeah.
Metal Fusion. Dude,
Oh, wait, huh?
shaped the entirety of my childhood from like age. Oh, I don't even know, but it was like I was into middle school playing Beyblades. And oh man, I miss those times because Beyblade as a show was great. And then, that was really one of the first major collections that I had, actually. It was the Beyblades, which unfortunately a lot of them got lost in a flood a few years ago, but
Right.
still have some of them. But yeah, that was all I did because, Jacob and I, we went to the same elementary school. I don't know if your class caught the Beyblade craze.
I don't know if it was. We did. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Nah, please. You guys actually went to school together.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't remember that well if that took off per se,
It's
but
4th and 5th grade.
yeah, I believe. I don't know if I wonder if I had any. I feel like did they get banned?
They did, yeah. And I have a story about that.
Yeah.
Oh, I was so mad. So we always played with the Beyblades at recess because that's just what we did at the time. And our playground was one of the ones that had the pebbles as the ground that you play on.
Oh yeah.
And so, there were little pebbles everywhere. And one day these kids are playing Beyblades, and this one kid gets super close to him while they're, spinning at high speeds like they do, and it kicked up a rock and hit him in the head.
Ooh.
And they got banned because some kid was too stupid and wanted to get a super close look at the Beyblades. And so I'm out at recess. It's just our class recess, not like lunch recess or anything that day. And, me and my classmates are playing with it. This other kid runs up. I can't believe you're still doing that. Don't you know those are banned? We're like, what?
Right.
It was like the Guardians of the Galaxy 2 scene. What?
And I know that sounds bad.
I know that sounds bad. But the show itself, like my brother and I, when obviously we were in elementary school, so it is what it is, but we were the cringe ones that when we'd play with, we'd go like special move, and just we'd get into it, man.
Oh yeah, man.
And the show is great. I've been meaning to actually rewatch it because there's so many good memories there.
Where can you find that?
Do
you know?
I want to say on Netflix.
Somebody's got to be putting some of this stuff on YouTube.
Oh yeah, it's definitely on YouTube. I actually a couple of years ago tried to rewatch it a little bit, but then got sidetracked and whatnot.
What if it's lost media? That'd be great.
Oh man, I hope not.
That'd be bad. I think I don't know. See, there's anything wrong with getting into it because, like, if you're not going to get into it, then what's the point? Like,
right, exactly. The new Beyblade stuff's on Netflix.
Ooh,
Beyblade. That's not what I'm talking about.
I keep thinking of Bakugan.
X and Burst. That came on after Beyblade did, so I never really got into it because we were leaving for school at the time.
Oh yeah,
I remember Bakugan being a big thing at our school, more so than Beyblade. I think they nipped the Beyblade thing in the bud pretty early on because kids with spinning stuff,
they nixed Beyblade, they nixed silly bands, they nixed Pokemon cards, they nixed.
Oh man.
I think Wheelies got banned too.
I think they stopped the Pokemon card thing too for us. I could be wrong with that because I never really got into the Pokemon, but
yeah. Man, I'm just thinking about also like in that era, like if I still had those cards from back then, I wonder how much they'd be worth now. Dang it! Wish I still had those.
To answer your question, Peacock has it.
Ooh.
Whoa. That's out of left field. That's cool.
That's not at all where I was thinking, but
no, definitely not. Definitely not.
We need to have a
Peacock is a weird streaming service. We're not going to talk about it any further because we're talking about another streaming service episode, but yeah.
Suspenseful. We got lots of stuff coming. I think.
Indeed, maybe. Eventually. Yeah. Beyblade.
Is that it for Beyblade?
Whose turn is it?
Is that it for Beyblade?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, well, so next I was gonna, I put Jimmy Neutron, we already kind of talked about it a little.
Yeah.
So kind of reiterate the same thing that we said about Fairly Odd Parents for Jimmy Neutron.
Yeah, I would agree.
So, did you guys remember like the Emperor's New Groove and New School?
Yes.
Have you seen those before? I kind of got into that a little bit. I like that one a lot. I enjoyed the movie a lot and the show. That was pretty. I don't remember. I remember much less. The show. I definitely watched a good amount.
Yeah, I think your mic might be cutting out if you want to.
Yeah, we lost you there for a second.
Is it? Okay, hold on.
While we talk about this, but no, I remember that show. They used to run reruns of that and something else at like. This shows you what kind of kid I was. They used to run reruns of that at like 5:30 in the morning. And so I would get up just to watch the reruns of that before going to school.
Nice.
So
Yeah, I never touched the Emperor's New Groove or New School show that much.
yeah, there were a lot of those like Disney movie, let's make it a show type of thing.
Yeah. Yep.
Like I think Timon and Pumbaa had one that we were into as kids.
Did they have they had a show too?
Yeah, there was that one. I think there was an Aladdin one.
Huh.
Lilo and
I
Stitch,
remember those for
maybe?
some reason.
Oh,
They definitely
brother.
launched it. They definitely did.
Yeah, I do remember that one now that I'm thinking about it. Disney movie to TV show. I don't know. Oh, that doesn't help me. They've like put all of them together for no. Ah, here we go. There's a whole Wikipedia. There was a 101 Dalmatian series at one point, which I do not recall. Oh, that's
Was there
because
a
it ran
Goofy
from
movie
1997 to 98. I don't see a Goofy series.
Man,
I feel like there was
there might not have been. There was a couple movies.
There was. What is that one called? It's
A
like
Goofy movie.
Mickey is running like a theater or something.
Uh,
You're not talking Mickey Mouse Clubhouse, are you?
No, this was before that.
Okay.
This was like in the Toon Disney days. If you
Gotcha.
remember this.
I feel like I do, but I can't picture it.
House of Mouse. That's the name of the show.
Okay.
Oh, House of Mouse. Yeah, I remember that.
I remember
Is that,
that
like
being
all
a
like
thing.
the villains and people came and like watched like things on the TV or whatever? Is that?
Yeah. It was like a sketch show. It was like a sketch show mixed with like the Muppet Show where all the characters were there and it was like a nightclub type of thing. It was really it was weird. I don't know.
Oh, I do kind of remember that.
Is this anywhere? Because now that I'm thinking about it, it seems like a pipe
The night-
dream, you know?
The nightclub probably lost media now. We need to find it. We go back in time to put Mickey Mouse back on the menu.
They need to unless there's like purely cancelable material, which Disney in the early 2000s maybe. 7.5 out of 10 on IMDb for House of Mouse. It ran for 3 seasons at least, 4 seasons at that.
Respect.
And it's not streaming anywhere, and you can't buy it on Disney Plus or on Amazon. That's weird.
They scrubbed the internet of it.
It's got to be somewhere.
Like somebody has a VHS of it somewhere, I'm sure.
Yeah, you're gonna get like a bootleg copy or something. Buzz Lightyear of Star Command. Anybody remember that one?
No.
I remember it, but I didn't watch it. I remember it though.
Yeah, it was like the guy is Patrick Warburton is Buzz, and there's like a team of space rangers or something. I do remember that one. What else? Yeah, that seems to be about. No, it's right there. Yeah. Cool. But excellent show. The Emperor's New School, wasn't it? That's the name of it.
Yeah, that show was cool, yeah.
Yeah, that was a good one. It was funny.
Yeah, definitely enjoyable. Enjoyed it quite a bit.
Does that feature most the original cast? Looks like it does, yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
That's cool. Yeah, that's impressive. because most of those really don't keep the voice cast. That one is streaming on Disney Plus, so they didn't decide to cast that into the ether.
Well, that's nice.
Well, that's great
That
to hear.
is. Buy physical media, kids. Anyway,
Yes, sir.
they can't take your content from you when it's in your house, unless they can, in which case it's
they'll try
Fourth
as they might.
Amendment. Anyway,
Any homestove.
I
I need to actually write down our order because I feel like every time I end up asking.
It's Jacob, you, then me.
Thank you. And Jacob just went.
I believe so, yes.
yeah.
Heal. I will consult my list momentarily. However, I think that we have moved to that portion of the show. Actually, okay, I'll mention this one. Was anybody else Lego Ninjago fans?
Long before time, Metternich.
Is that a yes?
So I watched the movie, but didn't keep up with the show.
Oh, okay. See, I
But the
didn't
movie
watch
was a
the
banger.
movie until like I watched the third season of the show.
Huh.
Long before time. Yeah, I was into that. Yeah, believe it or not. But
Yeah, we were crazy into that to the point that like my cousin and I were fan theorying. That was the earliest stage of fan theories and stuff with between me
film
and my
theory is a new
cousin.
YouTube channel.
Right, about who the Green Ninja was going to be, and it's like, oh well, it's obviously going to be this guy because of this thing. No, it's going to be this guy. Lot of crazy plot twists in the first season of that show. One of the guys ends up being a robot.
Yeah.
It's
Shout out my
wild,
man Zane.
It's crazy, but I think we actually still have a DVD of that whole season or so around here somewhere. But we always liked that one as a kid. We still have a lot of the Legos from when that show was on. That show might still be on.
Maybe. I don't know.
I think it is because they're still making the sets, you know.
Right.
Anyway. What are you thinking?
So I'm moving on to one of the few live action shows I have on my list here, because most of my shows are cartoons or
Yeah.
the like. Were you guys iCarly at all?
Yeah.
Yes,
Let-
very much so.
let-
Yep,
stage,
iCarly was
yeah.
great.
I was very into that.
So was I, yeah.
That
Like tweener me was really into that.
yes. Yep. It was a good show. I don't think I can bring myself to go back and watch it. Just
No.
because of what I know
No.
now. You know what I mean?
Right.
So yeah.
But yeah, that one I watched pretty religiously.
Yeah. That one was really popular at that point.
Mm-hmm. I always felt bad for my man Freddie.
Yeah.
He just got
Yep.
screwed so much.
They did him wrong. Honestly, they did him wrong.
Indeed.
Well, I actually, on my original iPod, it was the original iPod, I actually bought 2 episodes of that from iTunes.
Wow.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah. I do wonder if I could dig them up again somehow. Probably not.
Yeah.
Buy physical media, kids. No, I'm kidding.
Buy physical
Yeah.
media.
That's a good
It's a good life lesson.
yeah.
But it's funny though that the whole premise of iCarly is that they did a web show, and here we are now talking on a podcast.
I know. It's
Yeah.
funny because I feel like that was
Hmm.
Do you ever
Random dancing.
feel like there's a pipeline for things? Like,
Yeah.
we're going to talk about this in a minute with some of the other shows that I was going to bring up. But it's like they'll introduce something in. I'll just spoil it here, but I was going to talk about Avengers, Earth's Mightiest Heroes. Love that show
Okay.
to this day. They'll introduce a concept or a character or something in a show so that you get kids used to it before you put it in a movie where you're paying tickets for it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's kind of funny because I think that iCarly kind of popped into, like, it got popular when that stuff was getting popular, and then now everybody in our generation has a podcast or a YouTube channel or something.
Right. Yeah.
Kinda fun.
No, I see what you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm not like trying to put my conspiratorial head on or anything. I'm not saying that that's what they meant to do, but you know.
Everyone get your tinfoil hats. The government's trying to force you to make a podcast.
The government wants to know your opinion, and you should put it out weekly or bi-weekly on a podcast for the world to hear.
For the world.
Anyway, but yeah, iCarly, Victorious was another one. Kind of
Yep, Victorious.
That era.
Yeah, I wasn't big as much on that one, but I caught a few episodes.
Yeah,
I kind of liked it though. I mean,
Yeah, it was
it's an
good.
interesting concept.
do you remember like the they did Sam and Cat after both those shows? And it flopped.
Yeah. Again, I don't think I could go back and watch any of those shows to what I know now, you know.
Yeah.
But Ariana Grande is famous now, so.
Yeah, good for her.
That's true. That's where Cat got her start, yeah.
Yep. Good for her. Now you hear her music every day when you go to a retail store.
Hello.
Yeah.
Every day.
Every day.
Every single day.
Indeed.
Jacob, your go.
All right. We have to mention Hannah Montana, right? Were we into that?
I was not.
That was
Hannah
not
Montana
me.
Guy.
Nope.
Really?
Not
No,
me.
I'm the only one.
I think there were parts of it that I caught tangentially, if you will.
Man, vocab episode today.
And like, I felt like, I don't know. We didn't really watch it. I thought it was cool at the time because I knew who Dolly Parton was, and she would just show up in the show randomly. I was like, oh,
She's
cool.
the godmother or whatever.
Dolly
Yeah.
Parton. Cool. Which I think is legit, isn't it? The
Yeah,
godmother
legit.
thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think she played that in the show too. Or like with the mom character. And Billy Ray Cyrus was the dad.
Yeah. Yeah, I almost wonder if that was why we didn't have that as much in the house, was because Billy Ray Cyrus was involved and mom hated Achy Breaky Heart. Or okay, she didn't hate it. She didn't hate it, I don't think. I'd have to ask her. But it was one of those songs in the late 90s, early 2000s, where it was just played over and over and over again to the point everybody was just sick of it.
Okay. Actually, I actually have a two-parter one also that I just thought about.
Don't worry, I'm getting ready to introduce like a 5-parters.
Okay.
I'm bundling in to save time, so go ahead.
Same. I'm going to do that too.
Okay. I was gonna say you can kind of put That's So Raven and
Yeah, That's So Raven we were into.
Yeah.
Your mic is doing that thing again, bud.
it is.
Yeah.
Great.
Drop and rejoin. That usually fixes it.
Yeah. That's So Raven is one that we were into as kids. Sweet Life was the big live action Disney one though for us. There were a couple more in the early Disney XD days, but yeah.
I wasn't much of a Disney kid, so I never hit the Hannah Montanas, the That's So Ravens, Cory in the House, none of that.
Yeah.
What about Waverly Place?
Momentarily.
Yeah, that was
But it
another
wasn't.
tangential one, if you will. Yeah. I think I got more of the tail end of that than I did the beginning of that. Just because of how age and target markets work and things like that, I guess. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah, for sure.
So yeah. Indeed. Does that bring it to me?
Garrett, that's your cue.
Yeah.
Sweet. Okay. Last single show that I'm going to bring up before we start grouping things together to save time, because it is midnight at time of recording, and I have an 8 o'clock appointment that I gotta go to.
Oh.
I mean, who needs sleep? Gravity Falls.
Oh, yeah, that's a good show.
I didn't get into it at first. It was very Monster of the Weeky. And then it ended up being this big interconnected story. And I was like, this is fun. And it's got a really good heart. It's got a really good sense of humor. People are still speculating about certain things to this day. It's a good show.
That's one that I've been meaning to jump into because I kind of missed that wave when it came out. And I just never really picked it up.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're right. I keep seeing all these like conspiracy theories or clips and whatnot of people still talking about it. And I'm like, I feel like I should probably watch that.
It's honestly, I would say that it is very much worth the watch. Even at I was getting ready to use the phrase our advanced age. But we're not that old, guys. Yeah, even now, I think it's worth the watch. I've been meaning to rewatch it. But yeah, good show.
The theme song is a slapper, though.
The theme song slaps. What is the best? We'll get to this toward the end. Actually, I'll ask that question later.
Okay. I think I know what question you're going to ask, so I'm going to start thinking about it.
Yeah. There you go. Think about this for after we are done talking about shows. What is the best intro to a cartoon? That's the way that I'm going to phrase that. Theme song, whatever.
Bet.
Cool. We'll talk about it after we present the rest. And that brings us to Isaac.
It does. And I'm going to bundle these two together because they were kind of releasing at the same time, and so they kind of had the same impact. Regular Show and Adventure Time.
Regular Show is amazing.
What?
Regular Show is what? I still, to this day, the thing I remember most about Regular Show is I was on like this cabin retreat with my parents' like college friends and stuff, and this was right when the show was like first coming out, so they were playing all the teasers and stuff on Cartoon Network. This one guy that I was there with was talking to his mom about the show, and he quoted the don't look at our watches while we don't look at our watches while we synchronize our watches. And from that point, I was like, yeah, I have to watch this show.
That is the show is it is pure insanity
Yeah.
and ludicrousness to the point that it's amazing. I love
It's
that
amazing. The thing I'll say too, and this applies to Adventure Time as well, is so usually when it comes to the whole like monster of the week, each episode is completely different and has nothing, like they're not interconnected.
Right.
I usually hate that. I'm always like, I want it to be connected and whatnot. But it was kind of the opposite effect for me with Adventure Time and regular show, is that once they started to become this interconnected story, I kind of fell out of it a little bit.
Yeah.
But that's also because I was still, I don't want to call myself a kid because I wasn't a kid at that point, but like I wasn't catching every episode.
Right.
So they'd randomly be like on the moon or something like that, or
Right.
later in regular show the park lifts off into space or something. And I'm like, what is even happening?
I don't
So
think I've ever gotten that late into the series, to be honest.
yeah.
But
Yeah, so once regular show and Adventure Time kind of moved on from being this, cartoon where this random thing happens, and
right.
I was like, all right, well, I'm out.
Yeah.
I need to go back and watch it though, because from what I know, if you watch it all in order, the story's actually pretty good.
Oh, that's good.
But what about
Yeah.
Adventure Time? Were either of you Adventure Time at all?
Honestly, no.
I missed out on it, but I wish I didn't.
Yeah, I think I saw a couple of episodes and I was like, seems fun, but I'm not,
I will say the amount of times that I get called Jake the dog is crazy.
Oh yeah, I can guarantee that. I just remember one time in Adventure Time, I was sitting there watching it. My mom was in the room or something like that. I think both my parents were, and Jake just goes, "All right, let's freaking do this!" And my parents just gave a side eye to each other, like, should he really be watching this show? But yeah,
Yep.
yeah. So
What we considered
regular
a
show,
cuss when we were kids, right?
right?
Oh yeah.
And now
So yeah,
here we are.
regular show, Adventure Time, good stuff.
Good stuff.
Whoa.
Indeed. Real quick, to add to the, I don't want to call it like, what would you call that? Like early 2010s Cartoon Network, something like that. To add to that, I've already talked about Gumball, kind of, but that was a big one in our house because it was just, it was, at that point, it was, for me, it was a mixture of, this is kind of a fun, zany sense of humor, plus the amount of work that goes into one of those episodes from an animation standpoint. Because they've got so many different, they've got everything from stop motion to CG to all sorts of stuff, all living in the same universe. So even at that point, I was kind of appreciating that, you know what I mean?
Right. Gumball wasn't, so I have an interesting relationship with Gumball.
Yeah.
So that was kind of the era where I was just like a contrarian. So my brother really liked
Interesting.
turning on Gumball all the time. And so just out of spite, I disliked Gumball. Like whenever he turned it on, I'm like, oh, whatever, man. But like
Interesting.
secretly I liked it. So I never really gave it a fair shot.
Yeah. Yeah. That was kind of, I think I had a very short phrase like that. And then I was like, the two that my brother would watch were Gumball 3, actually. Gumball, We Bare Bears, and Teen Titans Go.
Yeah.
Which we'll get to it in a minute, but like my relationship with superhero shows and including the original Teen Titans. I was like, well, I'll give this a look. And it's like, if you're looking at that show as, well, this is a direct sequel to Teen Titans, the anime, you are wrong. It is, it is a comedy with the same voice cast. And it's
Right.
It's fun. It's got some episodes that are fun.
Yeah, that was another one. I didn't even think to put it on my list, but I watched that so much.
Yeah. It was
Teen Titans Go.
Yeah. It's fun. That's the word for the show. And it's fun, and it's like, what I would say is that is the show that if you are a nerdy adult, you're going to turn that on for your kid so that you're not absolutely annoyed and you can laugh at some of the kind of meta jokes. You know what I mean? Yeah. There you go. Early 2010s Cartoon Network.
Fantastic.
Indeed. Indeed. Jacob, what are you thinking? What's next on your list?
Next is, this is another Disney one, Good Luck Charlie. Have you ever seen that before?
That is probably
Parts
the
of it,
best Disney Channel show ever. I'll say it.
I think you can make a case for that.
Yeah.
You can definitely make a case for that, and I would agree. It's pretty. I don't know if it's the best, but I would. You can make a case for that, and I would say, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Like it was one of my favorites for sure.
That was one that it wasn't. That was one of the few shows, I will say, that it wasn't just us kids watching that show. It was mom and dad were sitting and watching that show when new episodes were coming out, because it was just, I was reading something the other day or watching a reel or something where it's like, if you stick just a couple more actors and a couple more situations in this show, it's just Modern Family, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just Modern Family. It's a good comedy. It is a good little sitcom. That's another one I've been honestly thinking about going and rewatching.
Hey, I kind of want to right now, to be honest.
There's so many shows that we've talked about tonight where I'm like, you know what? Maybe there is things to watch, because I was just telling somebody earlier, I was like, we got 8 streaming services and YouTube, and there's nothing on.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of like in a gaming lull right now. So like maybe I can start like doing TV stuff more.
Yeah.
Maybe when Switch 2 comes out, I might be back on. But
Yes, of course.
Yes, sir.
if I can even get one,
Weeks out.
Indeed.
I'm still trying to get a pre-order, but I can't.
No.
Brother's cooked.
Yeah, I'm cooked. Probably.
But Good Luck Charlie is excellent.
Love that show.
That's another show that has a lot of heart.
Yeah, like a lot of good moments. Like a lot of good
Indeed.
moments. All the actors do a great job. You know, it just makes you like, I don't know, just really solid all the way around.
Yeah. Definitely. All right. That brings it to me.
It
I'm gonna
does.
bundle all of these together. I was a massive superhero cartoon kid. So we were in the point where it was all reruns of Batman, the animated series, with Kevin Conroy and Mark Hamill. That is the one that I'm actually rewatching right now because it is so good. That whole DC cartoon universe of Batman, Superman, Justice League, and Justice League Unlimited, phenomenal stuff. And then, of course, Spider-Man and Iron Man and all of those cartoons as well. A lot of reruns of Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends were running for whatever reason while I was watching, which is a show from like the 80s.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Dude, not to interject here, but
Please.
I have a bunch of, or at least I had, I don't know if I still have them or not, but a bunch of like little plastic bowls that, we used as kids and whatnot
Yeah.
for snacks and cereal and stuff. One of them was the Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends ones.
That's
I was like,
awesome.
it's like, that's so sick. I didn't even like, yeah,
Yeah, but
that just brought back some memory.
yeah.
Because I never watched the show. I just always had the bowl of Spider-Man.
Yeah, no, I mean, we watched the show, or I watched the show all the time, and to the point that a couple years ago, Marvel Legends did a 3-pack of Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends, and I was like, well, that's a buy. I gotta buy that.
For nostalgia purchases, you have to.
Yeah. Comes with a little dog and everything. The only thing that it doesn't come with is Aunt May. That would be another $25.
Right.
I was actually just watching the Spider-Man show before I watched the Batman show. Everything is just crazy in those shows because it's like they're dropping all of this lore from the comics and all of this, and everybody is putting their entire soul into voice acting and stuff like that. If you ever get bored, Google the scene in Spider-Man. It's like season 1, episode 8 or 9, maybe, where it's Spider-Man in the black suit. So he's like all rage fueled and whatever.
I know exactly what you're going to say.
And he's yelling for the shocker. And it's just like, this dude is screaming in the booth. And it's phenomenal. And I've already mentioned it. Batman and Kevin Conroy and Mark Hamill just putting everything into their characters, becoming the definitive version of those two characters is just amazing. I just watched the Two-Face arc from Batman the Animated Series, and it's just great. Kevin Conroy's voice acting, because obviously if you're familiar with Two-Face, the idea is that he gets part of his face burned off, right? Spoilers.
Oh my gosh.
What?
And
No freaking way.
I really liked what reaction they did there. It wasn't a no, this big dramatic thing. I believe that the line delivery from Kevin Conroy was, Harvey, no, like just disappointed that he's burned up and that he couldn't save him in time. It's excellent. It is phenomenal. And the love of superheroes even extended to like Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and stuff like that when I was a teenager, in the Arrowverse and stuff like that. But did you guys catch any of the superhero cartoon? Oh, real quick before I ask that, Avengers Earth's Mightiest Heroes is the best Avengers depiction ever. Period. Anybody catch any superhero shows?
Not a ton. The only one, and it's gonna be really funny when I say it because you're talking about like the kind of aged up a little bit. Mine was Superhero Squad. I don't know if you ever watched that one, but that is peak. To answer your question about theme songs, that one's got to be up there.
Yes, I would agree. That one's definitely up there. Batman the Animated Series, just using the Danny Elfman score from the 89 movie.
Right.
It's kind of cheating, but but ain't broke. Same with Superman using the John Williams score, right?
Mm-hmm.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, I think I caught some of Earth's Mightiest Heroes, but I didn't really hit a superhero phase.
I don't think I've ever
until
left the superhero phase.
that's fair. I don't even know when I really caught the superhero bug.
MCU?
Yeah. It was honestly, I might even Avengers. Like the Avengers,
I was
the
going to
movie.
say, yeah.
I did see Captain America First Avenger, which I don't care what anybody says, hot take, that's the best Captain America movie.
That's in my top 5, yeah. All of
Yeah,
MCU.
I was just discussing that same thing with my dad, and I put it in there, and we actually have the same top 4. But that's for another podcast because I think we could go a long time on that.
Oh, I was just thinking about that the other day, actually.
I was thinking about that, but with Star Wars, so we'll have to, I don't know, maybe interject the
there.
two, but we'll brainstorm that.
We gotta give. I'm thinking tier list podcasts for both separately, but
yeah, fair enough. Yeah,
could also do the DC EU since it's over.
That one might just be a you thing, my man. I've seen a total of 2 of them.
I'll I've got a friend I can call for that.
I think you do, yeah.
If there ever comes a time in which I have to do a solo podcast, I'm calling somebody in.
Fair enough.
Anyway,
but yeah, so I missed most of the superhero cartoons growing up. Wasn't my thing.
Me neither. I didn't get into that really.
Wow. All right. Interesting. It's amazing how much the same our childhoods are and how different. You know what I mean?
Right.
The 2 shows that I'm going to recommend superhero wise. Watch Batman. It's on Max or HBO Max or whatever the heck they're calling it now. And if you're on Disney Plus, there's 2 seasons of Avengers Earth's Mightiest Heroes. That one does that one's weird because it's like it starts coming out in like 2010, 2011, right before the Avengers movie. And like I say, they're like introducing concepts that would eventually be in the MCU and like implanting this stuff in kids' brains. So it's like, oh, well, if you like this character here, you'll like him when you pay $27 for a movie ticket.
Right.
Because, like, I mean, in the first season alone, they do Kang and they do. What else do they do? Kree Skrull War. Loki.
I do vaguely remember the Ultron stuff. I think that was something I did catch a little bit.
Yeah.
Coming soon to a Marvel Rivals near you.
Yeah. And what else? Then season 2 hits and they did Secret Invasion like 12 and a half times better than the MCU.
That's not hard to do. 12 and a half times 0 is still 0, bud.
Yeah, I was going to say +1. It's just some PEMDAS work I got to do there. Anyway, speaking of childhoods, but yeah, superheroes. No kidding. Oh, and give Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. a chance too, if you're into the MCU.
I've been meaning to, yeah.
It's seasons 1 through 5 are great. Hot take. Season 6 and season 7 are good seasons of television. I'm not sure how I feel about them as seasons of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. There you go.
Interesting. Okay.
But 1 through 5 are like directly tied to the MCU.
Interesting.
Yeah, there you go. I could talk about Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. a lot, so I'm going to stop myself there.
Yes, right. Okay, so
right, that brings us to Isaac.
So I have left on my list. It starts to get to a little bit more of like my lesser childhood and more like bigger influences shows. trying to decide which one I should pull here, because I think there's one that you and I are kind of just saving.
There's one that we're saving till the end because we know that it's going to be me and you talking for a long time until we get.
It could be a while, yeah. Right.
We're like two outlaws just waiting to pull it out here.
Right. I'm gonna need you. Yeah, no.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
Draw our weapons.
Draw. There you go.
Yeah, because we're not pulling it out on the podcast. I promise.
It out anyway. Speaking of Seinfeld, okay.
So I'm gonna go with The Office. This is my next pick.
Really? Okay.
So there's a couple that I can pull together for a duo/trio. But yeah, The Office. I didn't watch that until like sophomore year, I think it was.
Yeah.
Sophomore, maybe junior year. No, it was sophomore year. That's when I watched it. And that, I'm not gonna lie, that defined my humor for several years. I loved The Office, and I look back now because I don't like cringe comedy that much anymore.
Yeah.
So some of The Office is a little bit touch and go, but yeah, The Office that had a very major impact on me, and I considered it my favorite show for a short period of time.
Yeah. I never really got in we might have talked about this in a past episode.
I think we talked about it literally last episode.
Yeah, that's funny. I was never a big Office guy. Still, I get the appeal. I get some of the. I keep coming back to the phrase "heart." I get it. I think Parks and Rec is better of the workplace comedies.
Right.
Just because honestly, I like the characters more.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. That and I relate.
Jacob, did you ever watch The Office?
I've watched it all the way through once, and then I've seen like other episodes here and there, and it's I don't know. I think like I don't think I'd ever watched it through one again because it was kind of exhausting the first time. But I usually go back to some episodes that I liked a lot and watch those again. So I did my fair share of The Office.
Yeah, I think it's got some really good comedy bits, but some of it, now that I look back, is kind of, I don't want to say bad, because I don't think any of it up until the last couple seasons was bad. But,
right.
You know, I think I can still laugh at it pretty consistently, but just the cringe comedy wasn't always there.
Yeah, it didn't always land.
Right. Definitely.
Yes, that's all the talking I'll do about The Office.
There you go.
Jacob, what you got?
Well, to be honest, I think I'm actually at the end of my list.
You're at the end of the list? Okay.
Yeah. Let me see.
All right.
Okay, yeah, we cover. I mean, there's probably more, but I just don't remember them as vividly in my head.
Definitely.
Garrett, do you just have that one, or do you have?
I got one more. I can kind of pull out here. One more group here.
Cool, because that's exactly where I'm at.
Was anybody else's family like have certain History Channel shows that we were all into? Or like Discovery Channel where it's like Anthony Bourdain or anything like that?
I wouldn't say...
No, actually, I haven't.
I wouldn't say we had specific shows, but my dad turns on the History Channel to this day all the time. Nowadays it's the... I don't remember what it's called, but it's like the Inventions That Changed the World or something like that.
Oh, yeah.
Whatever that show's called.
Yeah,
it's interesting.
Instantly,
but
I think that it's the same format that we have written down for this thing, like the food that made us or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, I definitely stole that idea from there.
Yeah.
Um, I got really into Pawn Stars.
Oh yeah, no, that's
Oh,
fair.
well, I like, but yeah, I like Pawn Stars.
We were Pawn Stars,
That's-
American Pickers.
Yeah,
American Pickers too. I was, yeah.
those
I
are
just forgot
shows
those history.
like to this day. Pawn Stars, American Pickers, and Forged in Fire is a little bit different, but it's another one. If I am like in the like little workshop area working on guitars or customs or whatever, chances are Pawn Stars is playing because it's simple. You know what I mean?
Right. Dude, I'm not gonna lie, it disappointed me to no end when my parents went to Vegas and they went to the place and they're like, oh yeah, it's like a 20 by 20 room. It is not big at all.
Right.
And the guys usually aren't there. And I heard that growing up and I was just crushed.
Yeah, it's
like, what do
finding
you
out that
mean?
Santa Claus isn't real.
You what?
Hey, wait.
Wait, he's not.
Next thing you're gonna say is the Easter Bunny's not real and he's not laying eggs in my house.
All right. Anyway, no, that was my one disappointing thing for my work trip to Vegas was that I couldn't convince anybody to go to the pawn shop with me,
That's a shame.
and I was not paying for the Uber by myself.
No.
Because Ubers are expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah. Forged in Fire is kind of a cool one because it's dudes making knives and it's and swords and stuff, and it's fun. Swamp People, that was another big one in our house where it's guys from like Louisiana hunting alligator. That
Oh yeah.
okay, I'm gonna tell the story. Roundabout before we moved up here, the guys that were on that show, a gentleman by the name of Troy Landry and his son Jacob, they were on the show. They were doing the gator hunting and stuff like that, and they were doing a press tour where they would go to Gander Mountains across America for meet and greets. Me, my mother, and my grandfather skipped my cousin's birthday party to go and meet Troy Landry.
Valid.
Reasonable.
And we laugh about that now, right? But it was funny. Well, we've got to, right?
Got to.
Got to. Anyway, there you go. There's my History Channel story. Bar Rescue also falls into that one where it's like, if I'm doing something and I just need TV on, there it is. Anyway, Isaac, what's your last group before we talk about the other one?
This is where I step into the realm of anime.
Here
because
we go.
that's been my big thing for the past, I say it's probably been close to 4-ish years now. Call it, give or take, maybe 3. I don't know. So I've got a group of 2, I'll technically call it 3 shows, although one was entirely a gateway. So there was a video game by the name, and Jacob knows this because I think he played it too. Scarlet Nexus is what the game was called.
Yeah.
Fell in love with the game. Absolutely loved it. And it had an anime adaptation.
Yeah.
And so I watched it. It was god awful. I hated it. But it gave me access to Funimation, which was at the time the place to go. And so I was rest in peace, man. I mean, Crunchyroll's better, but still. So Scarlet Nexus, even though the show was bad, kind of was the gateway into anime for me and led me to the first one, which really just like took off. which is actually a controversial one that a lot of people think is like one of the worst shows of all time. Sword Art Online was a big one. I mean, I think you might even be able to attest, Jacob, because we were still working together at the time. I was fully into that show. I loved Sword Art Online from start to finish.
Yeah, you enjoyed it. That's for sure.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Nothing wrong with that.
And, I look back on it and it's like not the greatest. There's a lot of it where I'm like, oh, yeah, I understand why people hate this. But that was really my gateway. And so ever since then, I've just been watching anime a lot. And I've seen, probably a couple hundred at this point. But that leads me to what I consider to be my number one show of all time. And also a huge part of my collection, which actually reminds me, I do have one more show to talk about that's not within this grouping. But Attack on Titan is my number one favorite show all time. Beats out anything else. And as I look around the room, I probably see at least 30 figures from that show alone.
There you go.
And that ranges from like the nice scale figures to the Funkos to the little like U2s and whatnot. So it's not like I've spent thousands upon thousands of dollars on it. But that show has completely changed how I view media, I would say, honestly.
Yeah.
And on top of that, I've got my full manga shelf. First thing I have on there, Attack on Titan.
Yep.
I mean, I don't even have words to describe how much I love this show and how much it's changed everything for me. I mean, I'll say this. This show allowed me to kind of reconnect with one of my cousins who I was super close with growing up, but then we kind of, drifted as family tends to do.
Indeed.
But one day I was like, oh yeah, I was watching Attack on Titan. He's like, oh my gosh, it's so good. So we got closer because of this show. And it's had such a huge impact on my life that, Jacob, I swear to God, if you don't jump back into season 2 after a year and a half of not watching it, I'm going to fight you.
Yeah, we'll get to it.
He's been saying that for almost 2 years by now.
That's funny.
And even then, they released the final, like the special final episode that was like 2.5 hours long in the theater a couple months ago, I'd say it was. And I took my mom and my brother because I was like, yeah, I'm going to go see this down in wherever it was. And they're like, oh yeah, we'll come with you and we'll go like shopping and whatnot. And then we can go see the movie. And they both really liked it too. So
nice.
Yeah, it has been a very, very big show. Attack on Titan, absolute peak.
Well.
Who's to say I haven't seen it?
That's true, but I feel like if you had, you'd be talking about it.
I haven't.
He hasn't.
It's on the list.
It's on the list. It's been on the list for a long time.
Yeah.
I joke all the time that you're like, oh yeah, this is great. And I just never watched season 2. It's like, man, this show is so good.
At this point, the joke has to keep going. I think
it kind of does. Yeah.
At this point, he's not allowed to watch anymore.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Honestly, I should. Maybe we can retire the joke and just start watching it because
maybe
I need to watch it just to get that off my conscience.
Maybe.
And I have to watch season 1 again though because I'm going to remember.
Right. There's so much important stuff that happens in season 1 that you have to have an understanding of it before you move on. So you're going to watch season 1 again and then be like, oh, this is great.
This is great.
Never watch season 2 and beyond.
This is great. Never watches the second season.
This is great. 10 out of 10. Season 2, 3, and 4? With the what?
Nah.
Who? What?
Not right now.
Nah.
I'll get to it. It's on the list.
It's on the list. It's on the list.
Oh man, but so you just have the one left, Garrett, right?
Couple of other ones that I thought about while sitting here that
Okay.
I don't think anybody else has seen nor we want to talk about. To piggyback off the superhero thing from earlier, I forgot to mention X-Men.
Oh yeah, fair enough.
The animated series was phenomenal. X-Men 97 made me like shake from shock from the 5th episode. If you know, you know. If you don't, well, don't worry about it or go and watch it. Especially if you like those characters. And Doctor Who.
Fair enough.
We
Okay,
had a really big Doctor Who thing in high school, me and my brother, to the point that the dog's name is a derivative of Rose Tyler. So, you know.
Oh, there you go.
There you go. That, of course, brings us to where we need to...
So I remembered one more before we jump straight into that rabbit hole. And I don't know how I forgot it because it's the entire basis of my collection. So the reason that I started collecting really the Funko Pops was kind of the start of the whole thing. The reason I started collecting those was because of Stranger Things.
Oh,
specifically season 3.
I never got into that one.
I liked that one a lot. That was that's a good show.
Can't believe that wasn't on my list. I forgot about that.
Yeah, Stranger Things was a solid one that really I got so obsessed with season 3 when it came out that I just needed everything to do with it. And so this is right after I started working and had access to, real people money. And so I was wandering around Target, GameStop, wherever I was, and I saw that there was a new wave of Stranger Things figures from season 3, and I was like, all right, well, gonna get them all. And I had one specific target that was I say target, like one goal to get, because it was a Target exclusive. And I was like, okay, once I get this one, I'm going to be done. So here we are several years later. I've got probably 130, 140, something like that.
Wow.
And I'd say maybe 20 of those are from Stranger Things. So I clearly didn't stop after I hit my target.
It's a gateway drug.
It's a gateway, exactly.
It's okay.
I wanted to mention that one because I really liked it.
Yeah. I always tell people that I started collecting toys because I wanted something cool to put on my desk that I could mess around with while I was working. Now I have a problem.
Now it's severe issues.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
but that's neither here nor there.
No, it's not. But a big thing surrounding my collecting, other than the superheroes, is of course Star Wars. And
of course,
Clone Wars and Rebels were a big part of my childhood. Clone Wars in particular was the first time I was allowed to stay up past 8 o'clock to watch television. So I thought it was the whole movie. Nope, it turned out being a television show, which ended up being the coolest thing ever.
Can't argue with that.
There you go.
Can't argue with that.
We'll probably talk more about Clone Wars and Rebels eventually, I would imagine.
Yeah, we have to kind of steer a little clear because we're trying to guide Jacob through it right now.
Yeah. Kind of catch him up a little bit more.
Yeah. That being said, I will say some spoiler-free stuff. So Clone Wars was definitely the more influential one for me. Yeah. I didn't hit the Rebels train until about midway through 2020. So I never watched it. I always hated on it.
Okay.
When it was coming out. So I never watched any of it. Again, that was kind of in my era of being a contrarian. So I was like, all right, well, not watching that.
Right.
But also I never fully watched all the way through Clone Wars until like 2017, we'll call it. Never fully watched all the way through it because again, it was just on TV, so I watched it growing up, of course, but it wasn't in order or whatnot. I still remember on my DVR, I had recorded the season 3, the start of season 3, where it was
the Water Wars episode, or no,
that's season 4.
Yeah, that's right.
Season 3 was the
ARC
clone
Troopers.
training and then ARC Troopers.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's probably, well, I shouldn't say probably, that's definitely my most watched Clone Wars episodes.
Yeah, I kind of fell out of Clone Wars for season 3 and part of season 4. I think I heard on the playground, right, that they were doing some cool stuff with the Umbara episodes, and kind of got back into it. And then season 5, it was like, this is just great.
Yeah.
I think season 5 is the best season overall, including the droid arc.
Because I know we've had discussions at length about this, because I think that season 4 is overall better. I think season 5 has the better arcs.
Yeah, okay.
But season 4 is better. Because, and I'll try to remember the argument that I made. What was it? Because this was
a lot of Star Wars in our spare time.
Yeah. I specifically remember downtime at work several years ago. We had a grand discussion about it.
Yep. Back when I was working there.
Yeah,
way back
when you was working there. The children yearn for the pods.
We haven't talked about the Minecraft movie on the pod yet.
No, we haven't. But I think my argument was that season 4 consistently had, solid arcs. Season 5 had 2 or 3 that were really good, but then the middle of it was really rough. And so I think I said that like the larger percentage of season 4 was better than season 5. I think was the argument I made.
And it's nice that we can argue about this, right? Because
exactly. That's
just good.
It's a good thing to argue what's better and not what's worse.
What's better? Yeah, exactly. I remember do you remember when the trailer for season 7 dropped?
Oh my gosh. I was at lunch at school.
Yeah.
I was like, oh man, I have to watch this now.
I
think I watched it like 3 times in a row sitting at lunch.
Right. I don't remember where I was. I think I might have gotten home from school, maybe. Something like that. And this was like what? 2018.
18.
I'm on
maybe
the Wikipedia
19.
page. And the video came up on my recommended, and it was the official Star Wars YouTube. And at that time, I don't know if it was still titled this way, but it was like Clone Wars.
Clone Wars is saved, I think is what it said.
It didn't have any of that in the title, though. It was like, here's the tribute to 10 years of Clone Wars. Was basically what it was. And I watched it, and it's like, man, this is a really cool, nice little animation to pay tribute to this really cool thing. And then you get the shot of Anakin with the Star Destroyers. And I'm like, that looks new.
That didn't happen.
And then it says, well, we're getting more episodes. I cried after that.
Yeah, I think I might have.
Full disclosure.
Like, when I saw the post, because I think I saw the like, hey, there's more episodes on the way. I was like shaking.
Right. Or like the
Probably
poster
cried.
with the Ahsoka or the 332nd helmet. It was a
Yeah.
big image that was going around.
Yep.
But yeah,
So good.
so good. So good.
I just got shivers. I'm not
I
even
know,
gonna lie.
right? Good stuff. Good stuff. We'll probably talk way more in depth
Oh yeah, we'll get there.
of it. Yeah, okay, maybe season 4 is better. Because I'm sitting here, I'm looking at the episodes, and it's like, you get the Water Wars episodes, which I admit I was not really that into.
I really like those ones, so that plays a big part for me.
Okay, interesting. There's some Gungan episodes.
Yeah, those ones are. You know what? Actually, one of those episodes, if that's the thing I'm thinking of with the big metal man trying to speak in code.
I know.
One of those is like a very impactful thing on his character. If I remember
Oh
right.
gosh, yeah, look at that. Yeah, okay, maybe that was decent.
Yeah, there's some Gungan episodes that were awful, but I don't think those were necessarily it.
Right. And then all of a sudden you're in the Umbara arc.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot about the Sigurian slaver arc. Oh yeah, the box.
The
in
box,
that whole
yep.
arc. That one's phenomenal. That one blew my mind as a kid. I
It's
was
so
like, okay,
good.
I'm back into Star Wars. Crisis on Naboo.
Mm-hmm. That's when.
Oh, that's part of that. Never mind.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then the Brothers arc.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, all right. Maybe.
Oh, we got to watch all the way through this again.
I know. That's the thing is like you can only make these decisions if you sit through the entire
Right.
7 seasons of it.
Well,
is there a
too bad.
particular
Got to watch
arc?
it again.
I know. Is there a particular arc that stands out to you as your favorite?
Hmm. Yes, and you know what? I made a top 5 the other day of
Oh,
arcs in Clone
wow.
Wars.
I've
Just in
not
my
gone
head,
that
so
far.
I have to remember what it was because I don't remember. But what I will tell you, and this is going to be controversial, but the end of season 5, that arc is not in my top 5.
You've killed me.
I know.
I would say that's probably number 2 for me.
Okay.
Maybe 3.
I don't remember what my listing of it was, but I know I have Umbara in there because
Yep.
of course you do. You
I
have
think
to.
that's number 2 or 3, depending on my mood.
You got Siege of Mandalore, of course.
Of course.
And I'm talking season
The finale.
5.
Yeah. Oh.
Season 5 Mandalore. And then you also have the finale Mandalore.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I separate those two out.
Yeah, the season 5 Maul arc is sick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've got Order 66, the 5's arc. And
So
what's the last one? I don't remember what the last one was. It'll come to me. I'll let you know.
right in the middle of the game. Speaking
I'm
of
acting
which,
as if I don't have Disney Plus pulled up with the roster of episodes on it right now.
let's see here. I've got the Wikipedia.
Oh, he's got the Wikipedia.
We love Wikipedia. Won a lot of awards. Thank you. I want the list of episodes. My gosh. The Ryloth arc is good.
Oh, duh, Mortis.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that one's got to be there.
That one's got to be there. It's weird. It's trippy. It's fun. That's all I meant.
But it's also like the most important arc in the entire show.
Arguably.
Arguably. I mean, there's the second half of the show is all the most important arc.
Right.
But
yeah. Yeah. Once you get
yeah.
past season 2, it's all like, oh, this is all pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
You just have to get past the second season.
Exactly.
Anyway.
So yeah, you made mention of a game. We do in fact have one of those.
Yeah.
It'll be you versus Jacob for the Display Shelf Championship.
Again.
In a rematch for the championship, I will become, I'm going to say it, I will become at the end of this night the longest reigning. Lost my train of thought. Display Shelf champion.
Were you trying to go for the Chelsea green? Like,
I have no idea what I was going to do.
Tallest, shortest, first ever. Yeah, whatever she
We'll
said.
see. We'll see about that.
We'll see. Got some lofty aspirations. We'll see if they.
You're doing the thing where you're getting the promo before the match, and then the person.
Oh,
gets the
he's
promo
standing tall before the match. He's gonna lose.
Oh no! Wait a minute. That's not good.
We'll see. We'll see.
Back to
Never know.
Yes.
All
What's
right.
Triple H got cooking up right now?
Let's get this game started, gentlemen.
Whoop, whoop.
So this podcast has run a little bit longer than we were expecting, so
Much
the game
longer.
shouldn't be too long. Shouldn't take too long to get through it. We are going to be playing Finish the Quote. So I'll throw you to the rules here real quick. So you will be given a quote from a series with part of that quote missing. Could just be one word, could be a couple words. Your job is to tell me two things. You need to tell me where this quote came from, i.e. the series title name, and fill in the missing word or words to complete the quote. And you're more than welcome to just tell me what the words are missing, or you can just give me the full quote. Up to you.
Does
So
the
there
opponent have the opportunity to steal? Like, if I name the show but I can't remember the quote, does Jacob have the opportunity to steal that point?
You know what? For competitiveness, I'm gonna say yes.
Oh.
I was gonna go because we got 10 quotes worth 2 points each, point for naming the show and point for finishing the quote. Initially I was just gonna go, you get a point for naming the show, and then your opponent can get a rebuttal point for finishing the quote. But for competitive advantage, I'm gonna implement a steal rule.
Ooh. There you go.
And so, of course, the ruling on champion's advantage, which would be you, Garrett, you may choose whether you would like to start off by giving an answer or if you'd like to defer to your opponent. And, you get an answer wrong, it flips to your opponent back and forth until we've kind of figured, yeah, they're not going to get this.
Right. I will start.
You will start. Okay. The last little bit of ruling that I will say is that the last two questions are probably going to be a bit difficult because I pulled them from my personal vault.
Oh.
That being said, there has been mention in the past, however many hours it's been since we recorded.
Good.
So I'm not just pulling something that you've never heard of in your entire life.
All right.
All right. So with Garrett starting, Jacob, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay. Garrett will be starting first. I will read out the quote, and I'll also have I'll say like blank for the missing word, and then you give me the series title and the answer. Quote 1. I thought of something funnier than 24. Let me hear it. Blank.
25. SpongeBob SquarePants.
25. SpongeBob SquarePants. I thought of something funnier than 24. 25. Suppose I should probably pull up something to calculate points, huh? That would be smart of me to do before we started the game, but I'm going to go ahead and do that now.
I mean,
Kind of important when deciding a winner.
Perhaps.
Okay. Jacob, you are up next for our second quote.
All right.
You know how to take the blank. You just don't know how to hold the blank. And that's really the most important part of the blank. The holding. Anybody can just take them.
You know how to take the reservation. You just don't know how to hold the reservation. And that's really the most important part of the reservation, the holding. Anybody can take them. Seinfeld.
That is correct. You know how to take the reservation. You just don't know how to hold the reservation. And that's really the most important part of the reservation. The holding. Anybody can just take them. From Seinfeld.
We very recently had this exact situation pop up with a rent-a-car place, by the way.
No kidding. That's really funny.
It's really funny how much Seinfeld echoes real life, or it's just a retelling of real life, right?
Right?
That's wonderful. That's awesome.
That might be my favorite quote from all of Seinfeld. Is that entire interaction is just
Yep.
God
Let's go,
tier.
Jerry. Gold.
All right, quote number 3. Garrett, this one's for you. Blank, I choose you.
That's not fair. This is
I will give you multiple answers. There is one iconic answer that is good.
Okay, so I mean, I'm gonna go with Pikachu because it's Pokemon, and he's the most popular Pokemon.
Yes,
Okay,
that is the correct answer. Pikachu, I choose you.
I was like, I'm gonna
From
say
what anime?
Charizard, or I'm gonna say Pikachu, and he's gonna say Charizard, and I'm gonna lose a point.
The correct answer I was looking for was Pikachu because that's the iconic line from the Pokemon anime, but I would have accepted if you had given me any of his like other iconic Pokemon.
A valid Pokemon,
Yeah, exactly.
not as opposed to a invalid Pokemon.
Right, yeah. Don't give me
Why
missing
did
no,
you-
I choose you. That would not be correct. All right, Jacob, quote 4, are you ready?
Yes.
Blank. I know what we're going to do today.
This is Phineas and Ferb, and it's Ferb. I know what we're going to do today.
Indeed. Ferb, I know what we're going to do today. From Phineas and Ferb.
Aren't you a little young to be doing this?
No.
Yes, we are.
Oh, yes, we are. All right. Quote number 5. I promise it's going to start to get a little bit harder, just trying to get y'all warmed up to the game.
I dig it.
Stop calling me that. You're stuck with me, blank.
Oh no. Oh no. Can I ask you a legitimate question?
Sure, I don't know if I can give you a legitimate answer. We'll see.
Because so for the listeners, he's got a PowerPoint up with the quote and the blank that he's sharing for us, and it's spelled out, and it's got an exclamation point, it's got a blank, it's got a period. My question is, would this be a properly grammatically written sentence or no?
I believe so. I pulled it from where I pulled it. This is how they had grammatically they had it written. I will say it does trail off at the end. It's not like a complete full stop.
Okay.
Kind of like the inflection of the character's voice kind of trails with the last word.
Did you get these from like IMDb or?
I mean, I don't remember where this one came from because it's one that I knew from memory.
That makes this harder. Because my thought process is it's a name or a nickname, which is why I was asking about the grammaticness, because there should be a comma there But
I guess, sure. If you want there to be a comma there, there can be a comma there.
I don't know if my little clicking is coming through on the podcast, but
I can kind of hear it, yeah.
this is a tough one.
I would like an answer here fairly soon.
Yes, I know.
Or you can pass.
Sky Guy, Clone Wars.
Stop calling me that.
Oh.
You're stuck with me, Sky Guy. Star Wars, The Clone Wars. Which technically this was a little unfair because this came from the movie, but I included that as part of the show.
I'm gonna call you on that one. It is from the movie.
It is technically from the movie, but it's all relative.
Okay.
That one took you way longer than I was thinking it would. I'm not gonna lie.
Because, yeah, I don't know.
So everyone's gotten full points thus far. That leaves Garrett at 6. Jacob, you're at 4.
All right.
Are you ready for your next quote?
Yeah.
All right. Quote 6. No, you have a perfect civilization. Why would you want to add a blank to it?
Oh, geez. Is this what I actually think it is? I'm kind of scared to say.
Might be.
You had to put this one in there, eh?
It's my favorite quote from the whole show.
Why would you want to add a woman to it for the appearance? Is that what this is?
That is correct. No,
Oh,
you have a perfect civilization. Why would you want to add a woman to it?
So why?
Fairly Odd Parents.
Jeez. For the hooray, we're not British.
Hey, we're not British.
So we're not British.
All right. Quote number 7, Garrett. Are you ready?
Yes.
Blank blank is not a joke, Jim.
Identity theft from The Office.
Yes. Identity theft is not a joke, Jim.
Just curious, do you have a tiebreaker?
Thousands.
No,
Okay.
but given the last two, I don't think I'm going to need one.
Okay.
All right. I will think of one while you guys are playing, though.
Let's see what we got here.
So this is you, Jacob. How about next time you get a board that can handle the blank blank?
The Neutron style, Jimmy Neutron.
How about next time you get a board that can handle the Neutron style? Okay, so our last two quotes that I have here, like I said, these ones are the tougher ones that I pulled from the vault.
All right.
Garrett, this is you. Blank, don't lie.
Oh.
There should be a period at the end of that, by the way. I just can't
That's
type.
fine. What do my instincts tell me? Hips. Let's see.
Shakira.
Oh no. There would be more to it if it was Steiner math. So I don't think it's numbers. Because that would have to be the numbers don't lie. Yeah, so I'm got to move away from Steiner math here. Ooh. Ooh. Blank don't lie. Is it a thing that doesn't lie? Is it a thing that... Gosh, you were right. These last two. Hmm. So to be clear on the rules, if I get it wrong, and then Jacob gets it wrong, we go again?
Yeah, until we kind of go through and decide, you know what, no one's going to get this. And remember, you can take the point for getting the series title.
I know. The problem is, if I don't
It's
know
just-
what doesn't lie, I won't know what series it's from.
Right.
You've already done a Star Wars. You've already done Jimmy Neutron, Fairly Odd Parents, SpongeBob. You've already done The Office. I'm going to say Numbers Don't Lie, TNA Impact.
That would be incorrect.
I figured.
Jacob, you got an answer for me?
Well, the only thing I can think of is Ball Don't Lie, but I'm not sure where that's from. Or is it even from something? Like I know like Ball Don't Lie, but I'm not sure what that would be from.
Is that an answer that you're going to give?
Yeah, I'll say Ball Don't Lie, but I have no idea what it's from.
That's also incorrect.
Okay. Wait, is it Hips Don't Lie?
It's not from a show. That's the problem.
That's yeah.
Because I keep wanting to go Hips.
I'm sure somebody said that somewhere in some show, right?
Yeah, maybe. Oh. Maybe Blank Don't Lie.
Not to interrupt your train of thought, but after this round, like you and Jacob both go, I'll drop a hint.
Okay, I was getting ready to ask about that. Sensors Don't Lie, Star Trek. I don't know.
Incorrect, but
Okay.
I do like the train of thought. Jacob, you got anything?
I can't think of anything. I have no idea what this is. Blank Don't Lie. I have no clue. No clue. No clue.
No clue. So you're gonna pass?
No. Yeah, I'll pass. I have no clue.
Okay. So how would you prefer I do this hint? Would you rather I give the hint and then rotation starts over, giving Garrett a pretty solid advantage, or would you prefer the first one of you to answer? I think that's probably the more fair option, but it's going against technically the rules of the game. I'll leave that up to you.
That, and it would be. I'm just thinking from the podcast perspective, there's transmission time where we're wireless here or via conference.
That is true.
So is there a hand raise function in Discord?
There might be.
Well, there is a you can do sounds.
Soundboard. It does come through on the recording.
Okay.
Add a sound. Later.
Yeah, I'll do that later.
Later. We could do soundboard. Jacob, which sound do you want from the Discord sounds here?
I'm gonna go with I don't know. I guess I'll do the quack.
All right, I will do the air horn.
All right. Can you play
Actually,
both of those just so we all
I'll do
know?
the badum
It's
tis.
so-
There you go.
Okay, so that's Quack.
Okay.
So that's Jacob, and then I'll be
Perfect.
yeah. So whichever one of
All
those you
right.
hear first, just call on us and we'll figure it out.
Okay. Sounds good. All right. I'm going to test how much you guys were paying attention
Huh.
during
All right.
when we were talking about the podcast. So, this quote is arguably the most iconic quote from the show that influenced my collection in regards to collecting. Garrett, what you got?
I was about to
Attack
press
on
it.
Titan is the show.
Are you going to give a quote or just going for the...
Well, see, I know nothing about the show. So,
Okay. Well, if
I'm
that's
going
the
to
case, then...
hold on. I'm going to use
Okay.
context clues based upon what I know about the show, which is very minimal.
Okay.
There are dudes. There are dudettes. There's a giant who has no skin.
Okay.
There's presumably titans. There's presumably attacks. I'm going to say titans don't lie. Final answer.
So you are wrong on both accounts. What is your rebuttal, Jacob?
What?
Well, you said that your most influential was Stranger Things, right? Stranger Things.
Moses.
I might have said that. Is that your answer for that?
No.
Well, that's my answer for that. I think it's Stranger Things is what you said was you give out all the collections of that Stranger Things.
Okay.
But the question, blank don't lie in Stranger Things. Oh, and the friends don't lie in the
Friends
pack.
don't lie. Friends don't lie. Stranger Things is the answer.
No. I forgot about that.
Let's go.
I went based off of my knowledge of you, not my knowledge of what you said in the podcast.
Because I remembered you mentioned that it was it was what got you into collecting there of those figures. I was like, oh,
That's good memory. That's good memory. Listeners at home, put in the comments, did you pull that one out or did you get it wrong?
Did you pull a Garrett?
Did you pull a Garrett or did you pull a Jacob?
And are you getting ready to lose your belt? Because you can't listen.
It's also Jacob's go on the final round, by the way,
Oh
boy.
man,
because you started this one.
I might have bungled
So
it,
Jacob.
guys.
Here we go.
okay.
Quote number 10, our final quote of the day. I'm blank. Blank, then all of you. Extremely blank. I can kill those titans there, even if I'm alone. And I will say, your second word is an ER. It ends ER, so it's blank, blanker, then all of you. So just to give you a little extra context.
Is it Attack on Titan stronger than all of you?
You know, I really like you, Jacob. You're great. Because that is absolutely correct. I'm strong, stronger than all of you, extremely strong. I can kill those titans there, even if I'm alone, from Attack on Titan. Bonus kudos, Jacob. Can you give me the character?
I'm guessing it's Aaron Yeager.
No.
Levi.
No.
Is it Titan?
Mikasa.
It is not Titan. It is Mikasa, yeah. You don't get any extra bonus points for that, but
I should lose points for that.
Doesn't
To be
matter.
honest.
He won.
he did, yep. Final score of, can I math right? 12-8. Jacob wins the game and becomes the new Display Shelf champion. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
I love it.
I hereby
good game.
gracefully hand over my title.
Thank you. I'm going to have to remind myself to not do a promo so I don't lose next time.
Yeah. I guess.
But hey, good game. That one was tough. The 9th one was so tough. Quote 9 was insanely tough.
Yeah. I was expecting this one, the last one, to be the tough one. But
I think Titans got it for me, is what helped a little bit.
Yeah. Yep. Definitely.
And I think I assumed I didn't know what the word was, but I took a guess and said strong because that makes sense in those context clues, I think. So
I'm strong.
this was from the scene. We'll see if you remember it. Shortly after she finds out what happened to Aaron early in the season, and she kind of blocks it out and, kind of goes rage mode. And it's just like, fine, I'll do everything myself.
Because I would have thought it was going to be Aaron because he kind of has like a tempered personality. I thought it'd be something he would say.
Yeah.
But I see now.
I looked for Aaron quotes, but most of the good ones came from the later seasons. And one, I didn't want to spoil anything.
I gotcha. It's all good.
And then that would be, I don't know. Yeah. So that'll do it for the game, gentlemen. Well played to the both of you.
Well played. Well played, Garrett.
Wow.
Good game.
Good game.
You know how to take the reservation. You know how to hold the reservation.
And that's really the most important part of the reservation.
The
holding.
Anybody can take it.
Take them.
Oh my.
So before closing remarks, that'll just wrap up the podcast for today.
It will. So, couple of little admin things. We've got some stuff going on over the next couple of weeks, to where our podcast will not be releasing the next episode at the normal time. It will be a week later. So, yeah. That's it.
Yeah, that's about it, really.
It's all the
Yeah.
admin.
The next episode's delayed by a week, and then...
Yep. Got to do what you got to do,
Yep. Because I will not be in the space where I'm able to record a podcast.
Definitely not. Anyway.
But I will be talking about it on that episode.
Way. I don't know what noise I just made.
I don't either.
Cool stuff. Hey.
Yeah.
It's a pod racer is what that is.
Yeah, it is.
I forget whose pod racer that is that makes the weird warbly noise.
Nay.
Yeah. Well, it's time to rewatch Star Wars.
Yep. Well, in order to answer that, I have to watch the entire Star Wars saga again.
From 1 to 6.
Indeed. And I'm going to go and do that, and probably momentarily. And wherever you are, enjoy Star Wars and enjoy all the shows that if you're interested in any of the shows that we've talked about today, give them a Google. I don't know where I was going with that. We don't have links. We're not that popular yet, but that's okay.
Yeah. Just let us know if you checked any out.
Yeah, if you want to talk to us about some of the shows that we talked about, you can in the comment sections of our of this very YouTube video. Does Spotify have comments?
I believe they do, yeah.
Spotify has comments. You can talk to us there, and one of us will respond. Maybe, hopefully. Yeah, we'll respond.
Or you can also tweet at us at DisplayShelf Pod on X, or leave a comment in the comments section on our Instagram at DisplayShelf Podcast, where you can go to receive all of the updates about our podcast, including a reminder that the episode next time around will be delayed slightly.
Unless Jacob and I just get a wild hair to record without Isaac. Which
you know what? That's not a bad idea.
You
guys could do that if you wanted to, but We'll see.
Could be a mini one. Yeah.
That's true.
That's true.
Yeah, I mean, we've already got it planned out, so probably not.
That's true. Find out next time on the Display Shelf podcast.
See who's here. Yeah.
Did I show up to work?
Yeah. Yeah. So subscribe to the YouTube channel and the Spotify. That way you can hear whether or not Isaac joins us for the next one, which he probably will. And then of course, go out and try Sprite+Tea.
That is a good idea.
This is true.
This is not sponsored, and in fact, I am incredibly worried that the product is going to be terrible. But we will give you an update on my experience with Sprite+Tea if I can find some. I assume it's at Walmart. We're gonna top and tail this thing with the Sprite+Tea discussion. Sprite and tea. I'm pulling it back up via the Google. Maybe it's not at Walmart. Yeah, well, when it shows up at Walmart. Oh, nope, there it is.
Be there.
It's at the Target. Going to the Target. Going tomorrow.
There you go.
So, limited stock. Oh, no.
Get there quick.
That's not good. Anyway. We will update you on that and some other things, and we will talk to you soon. Goodbye.
Thanks for listening. Bye-bye.
Peace.